Chapter 161, Bad News. The archpriest he's a man of the people Gab. He scammed the money out of the count's pockets and helped people set up businesses. All this loan is, in reality, some of the misplaced money from the direct donations the count makes to the monastery. But since, by law, the monastery must reveal the spending of this money, they had to find loopholes. They did so by showing the missing money as miscellaneous expenses that added up in time to more than 3 million gold graces. This man is a genius at embezzling money, and he's doing it for good. But it seems he's in trouble with the Count's prima, who has likely found out the folly. Gabriel sipped in some cold breeze. 3 million was an absolutely crazy number. I don't know if he's a genius or mad, but even if he's caught, I don't think he should worry, because in the end, he did make the Count rich by making the people rich. More business means more tax. Sylvester agreed. That's what confuses me. The Archbishop has already done plenty of things, and he should have gone to the Count to show what a great job he has done, and that they should implement the scheme more. So this could only mean that the Count's prima has some other dirt on the Archbishop. Maybe a woman or something. That's the most common thing around. They couldn't really find out the reason just by sitting there, so the best way was to search for it the next day. But Sylvester had also felt he needed to put this matter to the side and instead only focus on the killer. So he decided to go to the castle again and look for this knight from the capital that Sir Milton talked about. Why was a man from the capital there? What did he want? He needed to know everything. Even a clue as thin as a straw was appreciated, as there was no other way to solve this mystery. In Raftel County, Felix had to deal with a different thing altogether. It turned out that the Count and his wife were overly kind and friendly to him. They held a good feast for him and happily participated in all investigations. Even the Count's wife was as humble as the famous Lady Marcella. But Felix reckoned the man probably looked for the second-best woman after the one he loved was taken from him. Lady Melinda, may I ask if you ever had met Lady Marcella? Felix asked the blonde woman as it was her turn for interrogation. She was a pretty, middle-aged, graceful woman of good stature. Definitely, some men would go crazy over her, and it appeared she knew it, apparent by her choice of dress. It was an intricately made red gown with golden embroidery. It was an off-shoulder gown, meaning the entirety of her neck and shoulders were clear to see, and also a good part of her upper bust. Felix was a hard man in mind, and could easily ignore the hardness in his pants. Even her sweet, melodious voice did not affect him. Of course, she was like a sister to me. Although our husbands didn't get along, we got along just fine. We'd even meet up every once in a while over our little wine dates. I'm going on a wine date with noble wives of minor lords after this too. I must say, Lady Marcella was like an elder to me who guided me in marriage. I know she'd had experience with my husband before me, so she told me many things on how to handle him. Felix didn't ask her to elaborate as he felt she would say something inappropriate. By now, he knew she was only noble in looks, while in mind, she was a degenerate, or something close like that. Did you hold any hostilities with her because of her past relationships with your husband? He asked. She chuckled and put one finger under her chin while staring at Felix. Dear, I've been with many men before I met my husband. I don't see him getting riled up about it. Besides, Lady Marcella is too stuck up in honor. She wouldn't even take it in her mouth, I heard. She says it's against the faith. Bullocks, I say, mouth is where the real fun begins. If we don't satisfy our husbands, they will eventually sniff around other women's panties. But again, seeing Count Jardel's pig-like body, I don't think I would take it in my mouth either. Felix moved on to the next question. Thank you for your cooperation, Lady Melinda. For the last question, do you have anyone in mind who would want to harm her, or maybe wish to harm her as retaliation against Count Jardel? She shrugged gracefully. I wouldn't know about Count's enemies, But at least for my husband, I can confidently say that he'd rather slit his own wrist than harm Lady Marcella. You see, my husband is still stuck up on her, one of the reasons why we still don't have any kids." "So you're not involved with him?" Felix instinctively asked. She chuckled seductively. "Naughty boy asking such questions. Well, I was very much involved. He just didn't go all the way with me. Sadly, he sometimes calls me Marcella in the middle of it. I wonder what I'm doing wrong." There was genuine sadness on her face this time, and Felix could somewhat imagine how it could affect her mentally. He reckoned this was one of the reasons why she became so flirtatious over time, unless she was always like this. Felix took out a little piece of strange root from his bag that Sylvester had given him to fight cold if he's ever stuck somewhere. He had learnt that this peculiar root could also cause an intense erection. "Take this and somehow get your husband to eat it. Archpriest Sylvester, the Lord's bard, discovered it. Maybe this can help you, as it causes some very much increased, thirst." She laughingly got up from her chair and took the root. Then, as she headed to the door, she winked at him. "Thank you, Priest Felix. You're nothing like your dumb father, I'm amazed." Felix chortled at that remark. "Yeah, most people say that. When did you meet him?" "Count Sandwall came here for trade-related talks. He's an abysmally boring man, I must say. Maybe you should teach him something, and I can teach you some things." "Like what?" Felix asked instinctively, as she was too close to him, and the perfume she used was too strong. Lady Melinda got closer to him and caressed his cheek with her index finger. "How to please a woman with." She didn't finish and left after pecking on his cheek. She was definitely the most teasing woman Felix had ever met in his life. Even a minute after she was gone, he was standing in the same place like a statue. Then when his mind came to senses, he cursed. "Damn, she's fine." There was Sir Dalorum in one corner of the room, writing down the exchange. "I suppose there will be no need for another interrogation of her." "Yes, no more meetings with her. The woman is too horny." Just like someone else, Sir Dalorum took a jibe at him. Annoyed, Felix pointed at the man in return. "Oh, really?" says the man whose own groin mountain has reached the peak. "May the holy light enlighten us." Sir Dalorum chanted the Lord's name to allow his tool to calm down. Women can be perilous without even a weapon. He had learnt a grave lesson today. Felix agreed. May the holy light enlighten us indeed. The Crusaders were moving out, and Sylvester, along with the rest of the town folks, were as happy as they could be. They were annoyed by the knights and wizards because they followed no laws and made a mess everywhere they went. In the taverns, they harassed the women, and in the streets, they catcalled women from young to old. Seeing this, the most annoyed person was, of course, Lady Aurora. She was missing for the time, but when she was needed, she'd appear. As she was from Inquisitors' camps, she knew that her father's reputation was hinged upon this crusade. So seeing the Crusaders acting in such a way angered her. "I will see which one of you dares utter a single word of filth." She boomed at the Crusaders after gathering them up in the fields outside the monastery. In shame, they all held their heads low, knowing she could easily kill them and nothing would happen to her. After that, all the Crusaders behaved like scared kids, taking every step carefully. Perhaps that annoyed them, and they decided to leave before their departure time. So the first thing in the morning the next day, they packed their luggage and headed north, towards the Duchy of Iceling, where the supposed bloodling resided. "My prince, see you later." Sylvester waved at the dumb prince who happily sat in his luxury carriage. Lady Aurora looked at Sylvester with suspicion. "What are you cooking now?" He smirkingly replied, "Sometimes it's better to act ignorant and let the fools be fools. The end fruit is sweeter this way. By the way, where were you? I needed your help with a monastery-related issue." She scoffed while standing with folded arms. "My work is none of your businesses, Archpriest. Stay within your limits." "Ah, no cookies then. Anyway, I was. Lord Bard, Lady Aurora, Archbishop came running. Great misfortune has befallen. O Lord Solis, these lands will be ravaged now. Sylvester helped the man stand straight amidst his heavy, scarred pants. What happened? It came from Raftel. Sylvester read the letter addressed to the Archbishop, and the moment he read the first few lines, he felt like tearing the paper apart. Jardel, that hateful man I can't ever call brother again. I loved Marcella, he took her from me, and when I finally found love again, he took Melinda too. I demand my wife be returned, or I shall launch a full-scale invasion into Jardel at sunrise tomorrow. Empty the monastery, be warned. What happened? Sylvester questioned the Archbishop as he heard about Lady Melinda just the night before in Morse code, and it seemed everything was fine. The Archbishop cried in worry for the people. She's missing. This is like Lady Marcella all over again. This land is doomed. Chapter 162, Medic. Indeed, when something goes wrong, everything goes wrong. That was the life of Sylvester. In urgency, he quickly gathered the platoon and prepared them for their next actions. He also asked Lady Aurora for help, as the matter was not just finding a murderer but stopping a war that could kill thousands. I must go to Raftel County and find Lady Melinda to stop this war. All of you must stay vigilant and ensure that no one in the Count's family is hurt anymore. He briefed the men. Lady Aurora, I need your help if it comes to war. No matter what, we cannot let it go through, at least not unless there is a clear reason and proof that one of them harmed the other's family. He requested her as well. Of course, she agreed since she knew that the Church didn't want to see the Gracia Kingdom be enshrouded in a war. So Sylvester went to Count Jardel immediately to confront him and ask him if he was behind this whole thing. After all, he could never be sure with these sick nobles. They are very unpredictable when angered. He found the man in his solar, planning for his coming battle. He had got the information as well that Raftel was gathering up his men and preparing for the war. So he had called his commanders, too, and prepared to move at the same time. Bam! Sylvester barged into the room and walked over to the man. Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of Lady Melinda? Did you kidnap her or kill her? His question was straightforward and in front of so many people. The Count felt anger, but he didn't dare show it on his face right now. No, Lord Bard, I would never harm a woman for vengeance on my brother. She did nothing wrong. Sylvester nodded and left silently, having gotten his answer as no smell of lies reached his nose. So at least, he knew that the Count had nothing to do with the disappearance. Now the only thing he could do to stop the war for now was to find the woman, or at least her dead body. But he didn't tell Count Jardel not to make war either, since he knew he would not stop. The man was looking for just one small reason to do it anyway. Sylvester went to the monastery and found Gabriel there. I have taught you the basics of the Morse code. Just make sure to tell me if anything major happened here. Got it, Max. You can also keep me informed. With that, he quickly took his horse and galloped towards Count Raftel's lands. He went through the farmlands as that was the shortest route and didn't require a detour to get on the road. At Count Raftel's castle, Felix and Sir Dalaram were also present in the war room and saw all the planning going on. The commanders had gathered and planned the troop deployment and the formations. They had already surpassed an army of 5,000 with 5,000 more mercenaries. This would be a bloodbath if the other side also got this much. Max should be here at any moment, Felix muttered, a frown clear on his face as he had just met the woman the previous day. She was so cheerful and happy, albeit a bit questionable in my mind. She didn't deserve to die just due to a foolish animosity between brothers. Sir Dalaram was analyzing the war formations and frowning. This is not good. From the way they are planning, it seems they are also going to be using war animals, maybe elephants. Felix sucked in a cold breath. Why does it seem like they were planning for this for a long time? How did they get elephants so fast? There is something greater at the play here, priest, something beyond our understanding. What? In the open, Sylvester was moving around the county, searching for the woman. He didn't go to the castle to waste time as the war bugles had already been blown. The only way to delay the matter was to find her and prove that Count Jardel didn't have Count Raftel's wife. The man had likely already decided on his own that his wife was taken and that it was not something else. Raftel County was vast, but thankfully it was just full of various gardens. Little forests and primarily farmlands. But the problem was that most of the farmlands had crops growing right now, which went as high as 2 meters tall. So it was impossible to look for her and find her there. Felix said she was going on a wine date with her friends. I should go and look for her there. Even if she was killed on the way to go there or to return, the killer must have thrown her not too far away. Or, if she's alive, then maybe she's kept somewhere alive. Chonky, try to smell the scent of blood if you can. Maybe you can see some things I can't. He asked the cat on his shoulder. He went to the nearby town where the woman was supposed to be. It was a few minutes away from the Count's castle and town. So, after arriving, he used light steps and created tiles for himself to move in the air and get better visibility of the surroundings. "Where are you, woman?" He grunted and looked left and right. But after not finding her, he decided to move along the way and see the various side roads and the forest. But he knew that if she was kidnapped, the problem would intensify, as there was no way to search every house in the county. "Makesy, look what I found." Muraj came running to him suddenly, while in his jaw was a piece of gold bead, likely fallen from some gold jewelry. The only one who could have dropped it would be Noble. The peasants don't go around showing their gold ornaments. Chonky, where did you find it? There, Muraj pointed at his little paw and led him to the bushes on the roadside. "Look if there are any more items such as these," he ordered. There was no way to find anything in there if not for Muraj's lower field of vision. Sylvester remembered the map at the same time and realized the direction was leading them away from the castle of the Count. Once he learnt it was northbound, he moved in that direction on the road while keeping an eye out for any clues. Ah, what's that? He soon found a little silk cloth with some blonde hair stuck to it due to the mud. Certainly, a deliberate throw. Did Melinda throw these so someone may follow back to her? "Chonky, look in this direction," he ordered. At the same time, he was also looking for clues and slowly was indeed finding a few scattered pieces of cloth, hair, or jewelry. Chonky was also sniffing around and exclaimed soon enough, "Makesy, I smell blood." "Good, then follow the scent." They slowly realized they were going too far from the castle, towards the empty northern farmlands. They were into the open fields of the county, where the crops fluttered in the wind. Muraj kept leading him towards the origin of the scent of blood he had smelled, and eventually brought him a small hut in the middle of nowhere in the fields. There was nothing for as far as he could see, and the hut was most likely placed there so the farmers could rest when at work. Sylvester quickly took out his spear and prepared to use magic at a moment's notice, but he had a better option. "Chonky, you go in and tell me if any threats are inside." "Got it, Makesy." Sylvester waited outside and placed a few runes on the ground to ensure that if someone ran out of the ventilator or the door, they'd trip and freeze. "Makesy, come quick, she's hurt." Sylvester stopped whatever he was doing and ran into the hut by barging through the door. It was a small building with a thatched roof and walls made of mud. It was also hard for him to see since the light source was just a little ventilator on the wrong side of the house where the sunshine did not fall. He rushed to the left, beside a small wall separating the cooking station for whoever lived there. As he walked to see, his stomach started to churn. But he didn't go into shock and instead ran to the woman. She was completely naked, lying on the floor. A puddle of blood had formed around her body, making her blonde hair appear red. She seemed still alive as her eyes were open a little, responding to his movements. She was also gagging for air and choking on her blood. But the most disgusting sight was that her breasts had been cut completely off. There was nothing now but two large wounds that appeared painful and profound. All he could hope was that they were not too deep. "HELP," she weakly breathed out as she sensed footsteps. "You're going to be fine, Melinda. Don't worry, Chunky," the medic packed. Muraj threw up a small jute bag that contained various items necessary for survival in a few situations Sylvester could think of. In addition, it contained a few important potions and crystals. The first thing he put into her mouth was a blood-replenishing potion, so she may not die from blood loss. Then he started healing her wound with the help of Solarium crystals and his magical healing spells. He was not an expert, but using Solarium crystals amplified the effects. GHK. She started gagging and shaking uncontrollably all of a sudden, and also vomited out the blood-replenishing potion he had fed her. Sylvester quickly checked her pulse, and it was dying too fast. In no time it vanished and she stopped twitching. "Fuck, she's going into cardiac arrest." He quickly got on my stomach and breathed into her mouth 2 breaths. He then gave chest compressions at a rate of 100 to 120 per minute with cycles of 30, followed by 2 rescue breaths into her mouth. "Chunky, break a Solarium crystal and put it in her mouth," he ordered. Muraj, like a good fellow, ran around and did as Sylvester asked with his little paws. "Huh. Huh." Sylvester kept trying to give her CPR and revive her. "Do not die, woman. You can save the lives of tens of thousands of men." But he was also scared of harming her even more as there were deep wounds on her chest. Giving chest compressions was likely hurting her too. Chunky put more Solarium crystals in her mouth. Chapter 163, Mountain of Tears. Sylvester gave the CPR for more than a dozen minutes and kept trying to heal her simultaneously, so her body would get out of the initial injury shock. The blood-replenishing potions were also given to her, by force this time. At the same time, he used healing lotions for flesh wounds and put them on her chest while giving chest compressions. "Huh. Huh." He stopped giving compressions and trying to hear her heartbeat. Yes. It was very faint, but it was there. She was alive, and all he needed to do was make sure she only got better. "Chunky, good job. Now sanitize your hands with the alcohol and give me the tools as I will ask. I need to perform minor surgery on her chest to sew a few wounds and heal the others." Muraj, like a dutiful boy, stood beside Sylvester, while on his left was a leather pouch unrolled with multiple shining tools on it. They appeared scary to normal eyes, nor was Sylvester trained to use them. But he had eventually reckoned that if there was anybody to test modern medicine, then it had to be him. "Scissors. Here." Sylvester performed an emergency surgery the best he could. The woman would likely never be the same, but at least she will live. At moments he looked at her pretty face and wondered who could have done something like this. Her genitalia do not seem violated at all, which means this crime was likely not sexual in nature. So then, why would someone cut her breasts? He wondered while he worked on her and checked her heartbeat and pulse from time to time. After a few more hours, she seemed in a stable condition with his limited healing capacity. Good enough that he could put her on his back and bring her to the Count's castle. He didn't have much time either, as it was already past midnight, and the Count must have likely started to gather the troops. "Chunky, you're going to have to walk this time," he said as he put the woman on his back. She occasionally cried in pain, but she was not fully conscious, so there was not much resistance. "I hope we're not too late, or else Lady Aurora will have to force them to stop." In the castle, Felix and Sir Dalorum had put on their armors and sharpened their blades. They were also going into the battlefield to ensure that the counts did not die. "Where is Sylvester? I thought he had left for here," Felix wondered annoyedly. "Bam!" Priest, Lady Melinda was found. A servant in the castle came running and informed them. "He's here," Sir Dalaram exclaimed and rushed out to see how the woman was, because if she had died, then the war was inevitable. Both of them soon arrived at the medical bay of the castle and found Sylvester standing beside a bed, while the Count was on his knees, crying, and the healers were working on the woman. "Priest Sylvester," Sir Dalaram greeted. Sylvester just nodded and helped the Count stand up on his feet. He was amazed that the man was so emotional for his wife, as he had thought the man would be cold to the woman, who was likely his second choice. "Count Raftel, please stand up and talk to her. She can still hear you, and I'm sure that will cheer her up." The Count clasped his hands together as if praying and spoke to Sylvester. "Thank you, Archpriest. I will never forget this boon you have bestowed upon me. But who was it? Did you find the bastard who did this to Melinda? Poor foolish girl, she didn't deserve this. She is so cheerful, my light in this dark castle." Sylvester patted the man's shoulder as he felt the grief was real. "She will live, Count. As for the one who did this, I didn't get there on time, but I believe if I had been late, she would have died from blood loss. Maybe the culprit did expect her to die, which means the only way we can know who it is." "If she wakes up," Felix blurted in. The Count turned to his wife and caressed her face before kissing her forehead. "I've caused her so much pain. All she wanted was a child and my happiness. I can't put my life at risk for nothing. Fine, I will withhold the war until she wakes up. I vow in the name of Solis, and as per the traditions we never cheat in warfare. But you must promise me something, Archpriest. I know you can." "Here it comes. If my brother did come out to be the culprit, you will not stop me from waging this war." Sylvester denied it outright. "That I cannot. War is not good for business. It leaves behind nothing but death and destruction, and the Holy Land explicitly has stated it does not war. But I promise you that, if he's the one, I will give you his head. I have heard a lot about you, Lord Bard. The clergy in the monastery speaks about you all the time. I hope you keep your words, as your reputation precedes you." "I will, Count, but for now, you need to send a man to inform your brother of the situation. That the war is postponed until Lady Melinda wakes up and tells us who the culprit is. I'm sure he wishes to know as well," Sylvester advised. But he also knew that there was no going back now. The armies had been mobilized and they would only stay ready in the fields. Sylvester knew that he was not doing something entirely different from what any other investigator could have done. The two counts had hired their own men to investigate, but the problem was that they would have never accepted the results from the other side. Hence, the Holy Land was asked to mediate as the neutral middle party. That is why the two counts were obliged to at least hear Sylvester and trust his actions, as his loyalty only lies with faith, not the two counts. "Glummed." Sylvester hastened closer to the bed as the woman finally made some noise. He looked at the healer. "Is she physically fine? Her blood?" "It is, Lord Bard. You did a splendid job before you even brought Lady Melinda here. She's only tired and mentally shaken. Give her some time and I'm sure she will wake up fine." "She better." He decided to retreat and rest now as he had had enough of the day. "Then I will retire to the spare room and rest." Sylvester left with Sir Dalaram and Felix in their room and got a status update about the castle's politics. The Count is a madman. He keeps no assistant to manage the finances. He's a one-man army at everything. Only Archbishop is the only advisor, but the man left a while back. From my understanding, he's not hated by the people or loved. He just exists to brood over his dead lover and now his hurt wife. Felix read the full report on the Count he had made. Sylvester was lost in thought, however. He wondered who the real culprit could be and why. The whole case was too mysterious. Was it a dark wizard doing this? But if he needed breasts, then why only target noble women? Something was going on that he just couldn't pinpoint or imagine. "Don't you feel that the timing of Lady Melinda's kidnapping is really suspicious?" he asked them. It's as if someone wants a war between the two. You suggest a foreign hand is behind all this? Sir Dalaram asked. Sylvester laid back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and rubbed them tiredly. It could be both. Seeing that the two counts are on the wrong terms, someone could have easily taken advantage. But why cut breasts then? Felix questioned. Won't just killing women have the same effect of angering them? That is a mystery, Felix. What's the reason for chopping breasts? If we find that out, we may just crack the case. In the case of Lady Melinda, it's understandable that she was abducted from outside. But in the case of Lady Marcella, she was taken from inside Count Jardel's castle. How? Sylvester wondered as he slowly drifted into sleep. Maybe it's someone from NC. He was interrupted by Sir Dalaram. SHH, he's sleeping. I should sleep too then. Felix was also tired, so he lay on Sylvester's side and fell asleep. As for Sir Dalaram, he was used to staying awake for a long time. Sir Dalaram just stood by the window and looked outside in the distance, up east. There was a shadow of a mountain visible in the night, high and mighty, all alone, tall. I think I should take him there. Maybe it can serve as inspiration and motivation for him. What? Sylvester has no dreams most of the time. He just sleeps and wakes up like a machine. And when he does dream, it's usually about some tragedy, some fight where he was finally unable to come out on top and ended up dying. He hated such dreams because he could never know if they could be a vision. But this time, he woke up early in the morning. Sylvester, come with me. He sat up and tiredly looked around. He glanced outside the window and it was still night time. Sir Dalaram, where to? The old wizard knight held a little wooden carving of the faith sign. To the holiest site in the entire north, the Mountain of Tears. Chapter 164, The Unmovable. What mountain? I never read about it anywhere. Sylvester was fully awake after hearing this strange name, but he was someone who had read about nearly all the places in the world. The Green Mountains, the Burning Mountains, the Barrier, the Pentepak Range. But this was the first time he heard Mountain of Tears. The name itself was so ominous. It's supposed to be a holy site, Sylvester muttered. Sir Dalaram was already preparing the items they'd need on the journey. Yes, it is not in the maps of the books for a reason. Come, I will explain everything once we reach there. Maybe it will get you some well-needed fresh air and inspiration. This old man, he's trying to be a caring father or something. He didn't deny it, however. I presume the Shadow Knight won't come to hunt me there. The whole mountain exists on shallow, flooded plains. The water in that entire area is considered pure and holy. No dark entity can even touch it, so don't worry. If that was the case, who was he to deny? He also packed his luggage and even put Muraj in a bag as the furry boy was a spoiled, sleepy boy. He also kept the necessary crystals along and headed out with the Spear of Infinity on his back. We need to sneak out, Sir Dalaram warned and lightened his steps. Since it was early morning, most guards were tired and lazy, so they had no problem finding their way to the backside of the castle, from where they entered the town and then headed towards the east. The mountain was not too far, as the Count's castle was adjacent to the water body it lay upon. Under large dark robes, they moved towards the White River port to get a port and reach the river delta. The tall and dry mountain sat. Sir Dalaram, be honest, why are you taking me there? Sir Dalaram took a long breath and explained. Because I want you to learn a lesson there. A lesson about when caring for others and risking one's life becomes too much. As honorable as dying for others may be, I do not wish to see you dead. And I have no intention of dying. Remember that archbishop in the cave years ago? I'd kill 100 more like him as long as you, Mum, and the two buffoons can live. Sir Dalaram coughed and picked one of the empty boats at the shore. Yes, they were stealing, but they would return it in a few hours. Let's go. The two rowed the boat one by one and slowly made their way to the mountain. A cave, to be specific. They also had to avoid a few swamps on their way. The area's topography was strange and amazed Sylvester, as he saw many trees around him, and even the land was just a few feet below the water surface. What caused this delta to form? He asked. A flood so big that it caused irreparable damage to the lands. You will know more once you enter the cave system. The sun also started to rise after a while, and by the time they reached the cave entrance, the sunlight enabled them to see the surroundings clearly. It was all desolate, flooded plain area. The mountain seemed like a hardened rock, more than a pile of dirt. When did you find out about this place? When I was a young man in the Holy Army. Back then, there used to be a Gracia Empire, not just a kingdom. All the lords rebelled and wished to cut out a bigger piece of land for themselves. During that time, I was stationed in a camp up north. That's when I learned about this place and its story. Let's go in. They reached the cave entrance, parked the boat near a tree, and tied it to it. The two took out light crystals and started walking while marveling at the interior, about 5 meters in height and 4 meters in width. It was mostly rocky, with many stalactites filling up the ceiling. They were all so shiny due to the erosion that the light reflected on them, making them glow. Do not expect a beautiful marvel, Sylvester. The tunnels under this mountain are consistently this big. I want to show you a spot in the middle of the labyrinth. Sir Dalaran came clear with the expectations. Sylvester was still amazed, however. These tunnels can be a great place to hide in case of a civil war or something in the kingdom. So many people can hide her. And starve, Sir Dalaran said. This mountain is blessed with a curse, Sylvester. Just a little more, we're about to reach the place. He's being way too cryptic about this today. What's so special about this place? I feel no sense of the warmth of light. In fact, it's depressing here. They too kept walking, taking turns. Sir Dalaran remembered the whole way it seemed, and they only made one wrong turn the entire time, which cost them a good few minutes. But eventually, they arrived at the center, in the middle of the mountain's base. Sylvester noticed something strange, however. They appeared to be in an open space that spanned dozens of meters in radius, and all that was supporting the mountain above was a single strangely formed stone pillar. The pillar didn't seem too thick, so it was amazing how it held so much weight. What am I looking at? Sylvester inquired. Sir Dalaran, however, didn't respond. Instead, he opened his bag and took out a few flower petals. Then he went to the bottom of the pillar and placed it there. Afterwards, he sat down on his knees, crossed his arms in a church salute and started praying. He's praying to a rock. Is this the holy thing? Sylvester was too confused. But he was interested, so he walked forward and placed his palm on it. Whoosh! Instantly, he was thrown back as if an invisible blast of air hit his body from the front. Argu, what was that? Haha, I went through the same thing the first time I came here. Sir Dalaran helped him up and explained. What you see is a naturally made coffin. The coffin of the 13th Pope, Carwyn Gilbert. The Pope, Sylvester, shocked and amazed, stared at it. Why would they place a pope's body here? Sir Dalaran shook his head with a saddened expression. There is a sad story behind it, Sylvester. Isn't that why you brought me here? Then let's sit down. Sir Dalaran invited and started the story. More than 3,000 years ago, this region was one of the many counties of the Gracia Empire. Remember, after the 10th Pope, the Church was in a stagnation phase where infighting and power struggles were above all. But in that race to oppose each other, nobody had enough support when the 12th Pope died to become the next Pope. Hence, the neutral man, Pope Carwyn Gilbert, was chosen to preside over the highest chair. But the Pope was also a user of the magical anomaly of green magic, the magic that lets one control plants. This ability is generally frowned upon in the faith for its closeness to the elves and their tree gods. But still, Pope Carwyn tried his best. He truly tried. But then came a rainstorm so intense that the rivers flowed thousands of times above their mark. The storm lasted for months and months. Amidst that, the Pope organized the rescue and relief work for the people, to the point where he also stepped in to help. But sadly, he was not among the strongest of the popes, being merely a mid-grand wizard. So, when he arrived in this region, he found it was entirely submerged, and the people were going to be swept away if he did nothing. So, they all ran into these caves underneath the mountain. A total of 300,000 people from all across the county and many nearby counties took shelter here. The Pope was with the people and helped them in everything. From childbirth to cold, he healed everything. But tragedies often strike when you're at your lowest. Similar was the case back then. A strong earthquake came and shook everything up. The entirety of the mountain started to crumble, and it would have fallen on the people if the Pope had not lifted the entire mountain on his back. I wonder how much pain he was in. Sylvester took a long breath of admiration. He could also imagine the next part of the story to some degree. The mighty, the strong. He was not the strongest, but his heart sure was. To protect the people, he kept the mountain on his shoulder for days upon days that turned into weeks. The rain didn't stop and kept making the mountain heavier. But upon the hopeful gazes of the people, the Pope could not bring himself to give up. So, for a month, he kept the mountain on his shoulder, for it was too big and trying to destroy it would kill the people. The people who saw his devotion cried tears day and night. They cleaned his face, fed him, and sang hymns. He just remained here like a father protecting his kids. He did his duty better than most kings. But a man always breaks, no matter how strong. So by the time the rain stopped 4 months later, the Pope had gone into a semi-conscious state. The clergymen also came to help, but when they found the Pope, they realized he could not be saved, or the mountain would fall. Sir Dalaram stood up and walked to the pillar. Here lies the 13th Pope, Carwin Gilbert, the unmovable, as per what the people he saved say, always in tears after witnessing his sacrifice. In time, the rocks took over his body and enshrined him in them. Some say the Pope still lives in there, but who knows? Sylvester glanced closely at the pillar. So not all popes in the past were insufferable know-it-alls. Archpriest, there is a reason people still strongly believe in soulies. It's because of popes like the 13th. Although the church may have forgotten and erased the man due to his magic talent, he still lives in many hearts, even though these lands for decades after that were plagued with bad crops and disease. They remember him. But for you, the lesson here is what happened after his death. Because his reign was the shortest in the history of popes, merely 5 years, no new pope was strong enough to rule properly after him. The infighting and power struggle remained until the 21st pope, Atrox the Mad, purged the church clean. Sylvester silently walked closer to the rock. A man hated by the faith but loved by the people. One who gave his life away for so many generations that exist today. You don't wish for this to happen to me, right, Sir Dalaram? Yes. Sylvester chuckled, a bit conflicted. To be honest, I don't know the answer if I was him. On one side, I truly wish to live, on the other, my life will come at the cost of 300,000 others. It's a moral dilemma, one that can't be answered unless I stand in the same shoes. But for now, even I don't know what I'd choose. Sir Dalaram walked in front of Sylvester and glared into his golden eyes. Bard of Soulies, you are not meant to die no matter what hardships come. Your life is worth more than millions. You are the one to save us from the unholy wrath. I cannot say it in words, but my soul tells me your light is the beacon to the one true path. So what you want is, if an occasion arises, I should let 1,000,000 people die to save my own life. Not should, you must. Even if the said life is my mother's or yours. Chapter 165, Who Did It? I stand by my words from that night. I shall gladly become a piece of your throne. Mother Xavia must also not want you to die for her sake either. This man is too fanatic for his own good, but the question is indeed right. What would I have done if I were in the Pope's place? Well, the only option out of this is to get stronger, correct? Don't worry about it. I am on track once again. I also plan to get Lady Aurora to spar with me seriously with heavy hands and magic. I feel I won't grow if I don't feel the pain. You too, Sir Dalaran. If you're so worried about me dying while trying to save you, then make sure you don't put yourself in a situation where it may happen. Sir Dalaran already knew that part, but he also knew his peak power, so he didn't live in the delusion that one day he could become a peak strength. What his strength allowed him, he was already doing. And once Sylvester goes too high, he will be a burden to him rather than a boon. I will, Sylvester, but you already know I can't keep up with you. None of us can, and we must come to accept that. You were born with a higher talent than others. That's a fact all must accept. Even Priest Gabriel and Priest Felix. Sylvester nodded and looked around. I think we should head back now. If Lady Melinda has woken up, we shall produce a rough art of the culprit's face. Agreed. As Sir Dalaran picked up his bag, Sylvester walked closer to the stone tomb of the Pope. He had no idea how strong the man was in reality, but if, even after his death, he could keep holding this mountain, then it was likely a lot. Rest in peace, good man. They headed towards the exit after that, but Sylvester had an interesting theory about the 13th Pope's death. Sir Dalaran, what are the chances that the clergyman who came to see him stuck could help him, but just chose not to? I reckon they didn't want a neutral figure on the throne. Sir Dalaran instantly agreed, surprisingly. The chances are very high because the other guardians could have been called once the people were evacuated, and the whole mountain could have been obliterated. But they chose to leave the Pope to die slowly, painfully, I presume. Isn't the landscape the same now? We know that the factions exist already, each wishing to ascend. Sylvester inquired. In a way it's the same, in others it's not. In the era of stagnation they were actively trying to kill each other. Right now, however, they are just vying to take the spot after the Pope's natural death. But you must remember, Pope Axel is not weak. In fact, he's one of the strongest in history. So nobody wants to truly be in his bad books. Sylvester and Sir Dalaran talked all the way until they arrived at the river port again and sneakily left the boat there. The town had started to show signs of activity now. And the castle was full of activity as well. They jumped onto the castle's wall and arrived in their room, where Felix was waiting for them, awoken and angry. You too, how could you leave me behind? We left you a letter, and you probably already know the place. We went to the Mountain of Tears to see the tomb of the 13th Pope. Sylvester replied, believing that since Felix was a native of a close-by county, he should know about it. You what, fuck? I wanted to see the dead Pope too, man. Why didn't you wake me up? We tried, but you shook your arse and went back to sleep after saying, just 5 more minutes. You know how hard it's to wake you up at times. So now don't cry and get ready. I think Lady Melinda has awoken since so many female servants were headed to sickbay. Sylvester also took out Murrej from the bag, who slept the entire journey without making any noise. Bam! Lady Melinda has awoken, a servant came to inform. The three quickly made their way to the sick bay and found a small crowd of men in expensive armor, likely the vassals of the count. They were being loud and annoying, talking about how they would do this or that. Silence, all of you. What you're doing is dancing on the head of the sick. Give her some peace of mind. Sylvester boomed as he arrived in his own golden armor as well, appearing as overwhelming as possible. Either stay silent or leave this hall. He ordered as he reached the bed and saw Lady Melinda. The woman was still lying down, but her eyes looked full of life again, though a bit of sadness remained. He checked her eyes first to see if there was any dilation. How are you feeling, Lady Melinda? I am Sylvester Maximilian, and I was the one who found you. Thank you for saving me, Archpriest. My husband told me about what happened. She breathed in a low voice. No need to thank me, I do what my job says. I hope you're ready to talk now so this war can be avoided. Can you tell me anything about the attacker? He carefully asked her, not wanting to end up traumatizing. She nodded and started telling whatever she remembered. I was going to meet other ladies when the attack happened. First, the rience man of my carriage was shot with an arrow. Then, a single man appeared on horseback, wearing fine-plated armor. His face was covered with a visor as well. He dragged me out, hogtied me and took me to the hut in the fields, where he cut me and... Sylvester interrupted. No need to tell the moment of pain, my lady. Did you see his face? Can you describe him? Anything about him that may help us catch him? She gulped and started to speak. He was tall and broad as the other priest behind you. His armor was entirely silver with a red scarf around the neck. I was able to take off his visor for a while when I fought him. He had deep red hair, a white face, black eyes, and a cut mark on the upper part of the nose. His horse was also black. A cut mark on the nose, Sylvester hummed, as this was a significant clue. Can you tell me the details of the face so I may create a rough sketch of the man? She silently nodded, a bit unsure if she could really help that much. Still, Sylvester tried his best and tried to draw the man's face on a blank parchment. Of course, he was not a professional, but he hoped it would help. Eyes, nose, lips, stubble beard, and hair were quickly made, then the shape of the face. It took nearly an hour to draw it out and get a decent-looking sketch of a man. Have any of you seen a man like this? He asked the nobles in the room and passed the sketch to see it clearly. As expected, there were no answers among them. So Sylvester decided to go to the Jardel County and ask the count there. I will return to inform you about the findings. Until then, please hold restraint and do not start anything. As for Lady Melinda, I believe she will be healed in time. Just don't let any mad healer come near her. They often do more harm than good. Archpriest, Lady Melinda called him as he was leaving. Then with visible frustration, she asked in a low voice, Can I still bear a child? Melinda, you don't have to. Count Raftel wrapped his arm around her back to support her. How would I know, but it should be possible. As long as you're fertile, you can have as many bobbies as you want. But I'm afraid you can't feed them yourself anymore. You will need a nanny to help you. She clenched her hand and nodded in silence. Her concern was understandable to Sylvester. This was a world of old thinking, after all. Marriages in this era were done more for furthering the bloodline than for love. So if a noble woman can't bear a child, that means she's useless to the male, as the marriage defeats the whole purpose. He walked close to her and handed her his own locket with faith insignia. May you find calm and warmth in the name of the Lord. I will be back later. Sylvester walked out of the castle and went straight to the front lines. His golden armor and blonde hair had become the word of the talk by now, so he didn't need any escort. He entered the Jardel County immediately and headed to meet the Count in his war tent in the field. How is Lady Melinda? Count Jardel asked, appearing concerned. She lives, but her mind and body scars will last forever. Anyhow, I have drawn a rough sketch of the man who attacked her. You need to check and tell me if you've seen him. He laid down the parchment on the table for all to see. That's Sir Kenworth from Green City. Sir Milton, the third brother of the Count, blurted instantly. This bastard, Count Jardel growled in anger. This fucker was trying to woo Marcella too, how I accused her of indecency. Is this man behind harming Lady Melinda as well? But why would a knight from the capital do such a thing? Are we sure it was him in the case of Lady Marcella? Sir Walter, the Count's prima, rolled, arriving in his wheelchair. Sir Kenworth had left a week before the murder of Lady Marcella inside this castle. A knight from outside can't just enter the castle that easily, my lords. Sylvester narrowly stared at the cripple, for he finally smelled something suspicious. There was anxiety in him, as well as excitement. This is as if he's nervous about his plans but happy that it's going accordingly. Sylvester was always very suspicious about this man because he had his shadows falling on so many places but never enough to raise any strong suspicion. Even right now, despite what he said, it was not a lie. "What game are you playing, cripple?" "So war it is," Count Jartle barked. Bam! At that point, Lady Aurora lost her patience and slammed her fist on the table. "Go ahead, make war without a proper, proven reason, and see how I finish you all with one swing of my blade." "My lord's war is postponed," Count Jartle blurted almost instantly. It was that easy to persuade him. "First comes my daughter's marriage." For that, none were that hopeful. Chapter 166, Sir Wilfard and Bob. She loves me not, she loves me, she loves me not. Sir Wilfard was the name of the knight who had decided to come to ask for the hand of Count's daughter in marriage. He himself was the second son of a noble lord, but due to his past misadventures, he was unable to gain much power. Nevertheless, he was still a knight women would throw themselves at, for he was handsome and built like a hunk, with ashen hair like the snow. But above just flesh pleasure, he wanted wealth. So, when he received the word that Count Jartle wished to marry off his daughter in a competition, he set off to win her. Ursala, what a beautiful name. What do you think, Bob? Will she have a bigger bust than my last adventure?" The knight shamelessly asked his squire as they rode down the north road. "Sir, I think she will have a big bust and butt, just as you like it. Perhaps she's even more beautiful than the countess you slept with once. You must give your best in this competition and win her. The glory of your house will increase with you." Of course, the squire saw his liege as nothing but a cash cow, so he would bootlick even when the situation was utterly ridiculous. "Oh, I am already getting an erection thinking about our first night. I shall lift her in my arms and gently lay her on the bed, then gracefully slide down her dress and caress her curves through and through. She would say, 'My beautiful stallion, shall I ride you?' I will agree and let her mount on me and ride while I caress her twin peaks. Ah, the fun I will have with her. Sir, isn't she a ripe 14? I don't think she will be as developed yet." "No problem. I will make her bloom like a beautiful rose with time." The two men fantasized about the woman as they rode down south. The closer they got to the county, the more excited they became. The squire, Bob, was just happy because he would get a lot of pay if this marriage went through. He will be able to scam the wealth of a count as well. In time, they finally reached the county and eventually the town surrounding the castle of the count. He knew he was an important man, so he went straight to the gates and demanded to be let in. "I am Sir Wilfard, and I am here to contest for Lady Ursala's hand in marriage. Let me in this very instant." The guards looked at each other's faces. First there was confusion, then there was a realization, and finally, as they opened the gates, there was pity. They were knights, too, and they ran away from Ursala like she was the plague. The count went as far as to greet the knight himself at the gates with great enthusiasm and fanfare. He made the servants put a beautiful flower necklace around the knight's head and give him good coconut water. "You must be tired, Sir Wilfard. I have arranged the best room for a knight as respected and mighty as you." The count greeted him while he rubbed his hands as if scheming. The knight was blind to it, but not the squire. He noticed there was something wrong. Fuck, did we just walk into a trap? But he dared not speak, for he was a mere commoner in pursuit of becoming a knight. He very much loved his head above the shoulders, so, like a good servant, he picked up the knight's luggage. Sir Wilfard was on cloud 9 after he saw the gold rings, earrings, nose piercings and bracelets the count was wearing. His eyes didn't even register the fatness of the count. That may be inheritable. "Respected Count Jartle, where are the other contestants wanting the hand of the beautiful Lady Ursala?" The count just smiled. "You are early, sir, but worry not, you can rest in my castle. In fact, I shall allow you to meet with my daughter face to face so you can get to know each other. After all, marriage is the congregation of two souls, not just bodies. I'm 100% sure now that my liege is utterly fucked. Look at the damn smug faces of all these men. They know they have caught a nice fat pig ready to be slaughtered. Should I make a run for it? Bob, the squire, wondered in silence. Soon, the knight was shown a room to sleep in, while the squire was given the servant quarters adjacent to the room. Sir, get ready for dinner. The count wished for you and Lady Ursula to have a meeting before anything else. The servant who led the men informed them. I shall don my finest silk robes then, dear peasant. Go now and tell Lady Ursula that her knight has arrived, ready to pluck the beautiful rose she is. Sir Wilfard cooed like a happy little girl. But only Bob saw the disgust on the servant's face. He had no doubt now that they were stuck here. These walls were their home now, their prison. In no time, the knight changed his clothes and wore a beautiful noble tunic and breeches, red and gold in color, exuding his wealth and pride. Bob, how do I look? Wonderful, my liege. You look fabulous, just ripe to be taken and swallowed by the beautiful flower. Right, he, I am going to be so wealthy soon. Sir Wilfard happily skipped downstairs in hopes of finally meeting the woman. Soon they arrived at the dining hall, where the food was not yet served, and the men and many women sat with grinning faces. The moment they saw the knight coming, they stopped those smug smiles. The count himself stood up and went a hug. Ah, you look fine, Sir Wilfard. As they say, a knight should look mighty in armor and manly in tunics. Now, let's have you meet my daughter. I believe she is waiting to see you in her favorite red flower dress. Sir Wilfard melted in the arms of the count. Thank you, father-in-law. I mean my lord. My liege, please open your eyes. You're not the reason for the feast. You're the pig to be butchered for the feast. Bob, the squire, cried silent tears for the man. Come now. Count Jardel, Sir Wilfard and Bob soon arrived in front of a desolate room in the corner of the castle. No sound would leave that spot. That was for certain. Knock, knock. My beautiful princess, look, your knight has come. Sir Wilfard took the initiative as well, a bit more seriously, as he fell to his knees and put a rose stem in his mouth. He closed his eyes and started to sing praises of her. Oh, my Ursula, your name is enough to brighten my heart, and I'm sure talking to you will enlighten my life. Remove these walls, these doors between us. Let's join forever be together. Oh my. Daddy, is my knight here? The door opened, and a feminine voice crept into everyone's ears. But it felt strange as the bass was too much, as if it was suppressed under layers of blankets, muffled. Thud. Sir Wilfard quickly looked back due to the sound, and saw his squire having fallen to the ground, his jaws open, and eyes widened. He appeared to be gasping for air as he pointed his finger at where his woman of dreams was supposed to be. Bob, I know she's pretty, but that's overdoing it, The woman, supposed to be prettier than the moon, was just a fat blob with clothes enough for a village wrapped around her body. Oh my, is that a rose for me? Thank you, sir. No words could leave the poor knight's mouth any more. Only breaths, scared and terrified breaths, silent screams for help likely. His face, full of happiness, expectation, and lust, turned pale as if a ghost. Daddy, he's so pretty, I'll take him to play. Bam! Lady Ursula grabbed the knight's collar and dragged him into the room. The man, who had just lost his self-respect, could see Squire's face and realize that he had fallen into the age-old trap in the world of nobles. It appeared he had utterly lost the Game of Thrones. Ah, so this is how it ends. I will be her stallion and die. Bam! The door was closed. Bob crawled on his four to the door and just sat there in silence. He didn't like the man, but he felt the pain as a fellow man. You, squire, come and have dinner with us. This is a very auspicious day for all. The count dragged Bob to the dining hall and made him sit at the table. Bob knew he was not a guest here. He was a hostage. So he ate silently, making no noise, and expected that his liege could survive this meeting, so they could plan their escape. A few minutes later, he felt another presence beside him, like a ghost. At a look, he realized it was Sir Wilfard, the madman who had survived. But before he could ask how the man was, he heard the Count. "So, son, what do you think about my little wildflower? She may be a bit goofy, but she has a heart of gold. I'm sure you will be happy with her for the rest of your life inside this castle." "Daddy, he taught me how to kiss." Bob, wide-eyed, started at Sir Wilfard for answers. What was this giant woman saying? Please tell me she's lying, please. Sir Wilfard wiped his mouth with a cotton cloth. He remained seated like a statue. However, no real expressions on his face were visible other than his eyes looking at a distance in a random direction. There was still a hint of lack of delight, however, and shame. "Count Jartle, Lady Ursula, I will marry her." Bob fell from his chair loudly. His mind was shouting inside. "No, my liege, don't do this. Just for money you're selling yourself. Please reconsider this." "You have to, I refuse. You deserve better. I know you're an asshole, but still." "Do you really like her?" The Count was on cloud nine. Sir Wilfard nodded solemnly. "I love her." "Oi, oi, that face does not match the feelings," Bob cried silently, for that was all he could afford. "What?" In the monastery, Sylvester was in a meeting with his team and Archbishop. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a messenger from the Count's castle came and handed Sylvester a letter. He quickly opened it and read it. Thud. Sylvester helped himself stand by taking the table's support. His eyes darted toward the Archbishop. "Your Grace, it seems the knight you selected was worse than we imagined. He agreed to marry Count's daughter." "What?" Felix threw up his lemonade. "What kind of degenerate did you find?" "May the Lord have mercy on his soul." Sir Dalaram and Gabriel prayed silently. Sylvester, meanwhile, looked outside from the window at the sky. This day shall be remembered, for when greed won, for self-respect, there was none. May the holy light enlighten the poor chap. Then, ignoring that matter, he returned to the main important business. "It seems the war will not happen any time soon now. Therefore, Sir Dalaram, you are to quickly leave for Green City, find this knight Kenworth and bring him to justice," Sylvester ordered. Then he faced Lady Aurora. "What have you thought about the request for help? The Crusaders said they are unable to deal with the bloodling." "I will go if you go," she blurted back. Sylvester was going anyway, as he felt this was the best time to farm some brownie points with many nobles in the crusading army. Not to mention, he was less scared this time due to his special move and a grand wizard being with him. "I am going. After all, a dear old friend has requested help from me." "Who?" Felix wondered. "A certain Lord of Undeads." Chapter 167. Two Music Enjoyers. The Lord has willed for these two to form a union, in mind and body, but above all, in the soul. The Lord asks not for tributes, but only that the man and the woman never forget their roots. Ursula and Wilfard, from this day on, you shall be the backbone of one another. When one falls, the other must lift them. In the eyes of the holy light and law, I pronounce you as one united soul. May the holy light enlighten your paths and brighten your lives. May you bring forth many little sparks of lights. Amen. There were claps all around the big hall of the castle, but the groom appeared to lack all smiles. He was just moving around with a plain face, stiffly. But there was another man sadder than the groom. There was a certain squire on the side, brooding over the fact that he probably can't scam his liege anymore. Sylvester felt awkward because he never expected things to go this far in the first place. Instead, he hoped the knight would refuse to marry and run away. He reckoned this was just the fetish of the knight. Otherwise, there was no explanation, since the Count had a son who would become the next Count, not this girl. So there was no good side to this deal. Thank you for your sacrifice, young man. I can finally take a breath of calm and plan for the next step. Sir Dalaram needs to hurry as well, or the war may resume with a little spark. Sylvester was, nonetheless, thankful for this unknown knight. Because of him, the war got postponed. How long do you think they will last? Felix wondered while drinking some lemonade. Gabriel shook his head in pity. I say, one of them will die in one way or another, though the chances of the man dying here are more because one wrong step and she may just slip on him and kill him. Agreed. The Count really played a big game here. He fixed the marriage in just a day. What a mad man, Felix muttered. It's not like he had any more options. He just found a pig and slaughtered it, Gabriel added. Sylvester was only confused and tried not to judge the two. This chapter is over. You two need to return to the main job. Keep an eye on anything suspicious and, he lowered his voice, especially keep an eye on Sir Walder and the Archbishop. There is something going on between them. You better take care of yourself. Every time you fight a bloodling, you get beaten bloody, Felix warned. Sylvester nodded, but he was not too worried this time. I will be heading to help the Crusaders, so I will have a lot of support. At the same time, I will have Lady Aurora with me. By the time Sir Dalaram returns, I will be back as well. Then we can focus on finding the culprit. What if the Shadow Knight appears? Gabriel asked. Sylvester's shoulder fell in an instant. This was an entity he knew he couldn't beat with his wits. Even worse was that it even refuses to talk. If I feel cold rising, I run, that's it. That's all I can do, but I am certain I can at least stall him for a whole night. But if you're already hurt and he appears then, Felix added. Then I may die, but I can't allow the Shadow Knight to dictate my life. I can't cower in fear and sit in one place. I would never grow if I did that. Anyway, I must first find out where Lady Aurora is and leave. She always vanishes for most of the day and randomly appears back. I saw her in the town an hour ago. I thought she was coming here, Felix remembered. Could she be doing something unholy? Sylvester shook his head at that possibility. She's too proud to be impressed by anyone in this backwater county. She's also very serious about her vows, not to mention, she's very old, and most men are too young for her, while those her age look too old. Felix sighed in pity. That's why I need to find a good strong lady for myself. It'd be a shame if I were to remain a hunk and she'd become an old hag. May the Lord bring you to the right path. Gabriel quickly prayed, as he always does when Felix talks about breaking his current vows of Deus service. HMPH, virgins, Felix scoffed back. Sylvester ignored them and decided to head out and find her. All right, I'm heading off. See you in a day or two. He went to Count Jardel first. The man seemed very happy tonight, unknown if it was because he felt relieved that the marriage would reduce the burden on him of his oversized daughter, or because he caught a fool so easily. Count Jardel, I must take my leave to go and help the Crusaders. Until I return, I hope you don't break your word. Sir Dalaram has gone to the Green City, and we will eventually hear something from there. Until then, there is no reason to escalate. The big lord chuckled and sent waves down his quadruple chin. Lord Bard, do not worry, I will not break this delightful festive atmosphere. My daughter has gotten married. I'm so happy, but I hope my wife was here to see this. May her soul rest in peace, Sylvester prayed. Raftel and I are very religious, and our mother taught us to always respect the laws, Archpriest. So we would never use any schemes or lies to make war or win them. Everything shall happen in the open, like real men. That is a very honorable thinking you have, my lord. Well then, I hope you stick by them. Give my congratulations to Lady Ursula and Sir Wilfard. I'm happy for them both. Sylvester lied as smoothly as a hot knife on butter and left the ceremony to find Lady Aurora. He went to the location Felix told him to find her. It was a busy street in a market full of shops, mainly those selling liquor or had taverns. Be it day or night, the business of booze was always booming. The economy of the county was also doing incredibly well. What is she doing here? He wondered. He started to check the taverns one after another. Thankfully, because of his earlier friendly visits to many shops, he was soon informed by one of the owners of where Lady Aurora was, so he went directly to that tavern. Westlandia was the name. It was a big one, certainly for the wealthy class of the county. It didn't even seem like a tavern, as everything was too pristine. To his amazement, the tavern was strange. It appeared to be based on Masan Empire style, where people sit on the ground on padded carpets with bolster pillows there for comfort. In the middle of each carpet was a small table where drinks could be stacked. The carpets were placed in symmetry. As such, the middle part of the hall was left empty. At that moment, the bard he heard singing the hymn about him some days ago was singing a traditional song to entertain the people. And not so surprised, he noticed Lady Aurora sitting alone on one of the carpets and listening to the song. He sneaked close to her and took a seat. "What's this? Do you have an interest in that man or something?" Why, she was startled until she looked. "What? Ah, archpriest. No, I am merely interested in his music. He's very good at singing. His voice has a strange melody in it." She spoke in praise. Sylvester scoffed. "Is that so? You have not seen me sing, then, with the violin and serious voice. This man is near the middle, I'd say." Lady Aurora smugly looked at him. "Oh ho, I think I smell something burning." "There?" "Well, I was just saying. But care to tell me why you come here every single day? Isn't that too much obsession?" Sylvester turned the cards around. "I really like listening to the songs. In the Holy Land, all we get are religious hymns or those written by you. We rarely get songs about the summer, death, love, or some other stories in the form of songs. Honestly, after living for so long, it starts getting boring." She revealed her little struggles in life. He also enjoyed the song in silence and agreed with her. If he lived for 300 years, he'd also get bored with life. "I never thought you were into this kind of stuff, but good grace, there are still some folks in the clergy who know how to relax." She chuckled and gave him a glass of coconut water. "You don't have a choice, archpriest. You have to learn new things and find a hobby to stay sane. I know the Lord Inquisitor likes to carve skull sculptures out of ivory. As for others, they must have something too. Grandpa Monk likes to run his illegal, non-alcoholic alcohol distillery." Sylvester remembered the laughing face of that retired old man. "I understand you, Lady Aurora. I created the violin for that reason itself. In our line of work, we come across so many stomach-churning, scalp-tingling things that any man would go insane. I guess in both our cases, music keeps us sane." He reciprocated her feelings as he remembered the scenes of death and gore in life. "Yes, that strange musical instrument of yours. It's truly fascinating how you made it. Archpriest, be honest, how do you know all this?" "You're just 18, she asked. "I have been singing hymns of the Lord since I was a month old, Lady Aurora. I don't think playing instruments or making them should be that shocking." She sighed and relaxed in her seat. "I envy your talents then. I wish I could also sing and play these instruments, but the only good thing I know is my sword, and how to chop the stings called veins of my enemies." Sylvester stood up. "Then let's not waste time here, Lady Aurora. We have a bloodling to chop and return at the quickest. I can only hope that no new murder and breast mutilation will occur here. At least the war has stopped." She patted his shoulder and walked out of the tavern. But for how long, he wondered. They had taken a boat in half an hour and headed upstream towards the north, into the Duchy of Iseling. As they moved north, everything appeared white as the snow became more prevalent. Even the river would be frozen if they went too north. Though they had one more person along, the owner of the boat. The man was a wizard and could use water elements. He was just an acolyte wizard-ranked man who got training under the monastery. In magical terms, he was a frail man, but he could earn a lot in this profession. Sylvester had taken out a map of the region and discussed where they were headed with Lady Aurora, as it was his habit to learn about the terrain first. So, not even the mountain tribes live here. No, the region is full of dry mountains. Even the trees don't grow on them, and hence they make for terrible locations for starting a camp. She taught him, but then she pointed at the section where the White River appears from the middle of the mountains. A few centuries ago, a massive battle occurred in this region called River Pass. The elves from Basteria wished to lay siege to the castle of Duke Iceling, take hold of the area, and then let dwarves build a dam over the White River. With one move, the elves could have brought drought to what is today's Gracia Kingdom. But then the church got heavily involved, and in a 10-day-long battle, tens of thousands died. However, the battle ended not because of one side winning, but because of a massive blizzard that buried all the dead under thick sheets of snow. "That's why Bloodling has appeared," Sylvester blurted. But he wondered how strong this one would be, and what its abilities would be like since dead bodies of elves and dwarves were also involved. Sylvester fell into deep thinking, wondering what he would need to use and what protective runes he should put on his armor. Lady Aurora interrupted him with a cough, however. "Archpriest Sylvester, may I ask you something?" "Go ahead," Sylvester allowed. "Who is Chonky?" "The Thud." Chapter 168, The Necromancer, the Dude. A sudden thud resounded as Sylvester saw Chonky falling from his shoulder to the floor of the boat. Thankfully, the furry boy didn't cry in pain. What was that? Lady Aurora looked left and right. Sylvester shrugged and focused on the map again. Must have been the wind. But Lady Aurora was someone who once decides on doing something, never quits. "So, who is this Chonky?" "An imaginary friend I made when I was little, since I had no friends around my age to play with. It was a talking cat, little and very cute. So whenever I am in any problem now, I think about him, and it helps me to calm down." He lied through his teeth. Lady Aurora made a face that showed pity and some sadness. "You poor soul, mentally retarded and isolated. I can understand your scars, as I was also little when I came to the Holy Land, but I was already at the age of starting school. You were just a month old, so I can imagine." "What do you mean mentally retarded? I'm not retarded." Sylvester only picked one word from her reply. "You poor soul, I think I will have to ask the great mother I know, who is a great mental healer. She can surely help you." "Fine, say whatever you want." Sylvester ignored her theatrics and worked on the planning. "HMPH, you're no fun, an old man stuck in a child's body, that's what you are. Look at me, I'm so old and still trying to live. You need to learn to live too. With your supreme wizard talent, you will live for centuries as long as you don't have an untimely death. So once you reach the higher ranks, get ready to be bored to death." Sylvester's eyes silently darted towards her as she said it. What in God's name? That was oddly specific. "I'm sure I will forever have something to do. I can be very crafty, and making things is a hobby for me." She sighed and relaxed back in her wooden seat. Sylvester was amazed that she was so brazenly sitting with legs wide open, no shame or shyness. He honestly appreciated that she was this free with him. This meant there were fewer chances she was scheming against him. Not to mention, he smelled nothing that would suggest she had any wrong motives. "You know, under the rule of the 26th Pope, the 5th Guardian committed suicide due to boredom. There was no war back then, though I suppose they very much preferred the boredom than the war." Sylvester sometimes feels amazed by the history. The fact that the faith was so old, nearly anything one could imagine had already happened. That included the things that are funny and also those that are messed up. How did he kill himself? He must have been really powerful after all. He inquired, wondering if knowing this could one day help him. "Oh, he just drowned himself. It turns out that the body and powers may be really strong, but a person still needs air to breathe to live. But it did take him about 3 months to dive fully under the water. It was also sort of an experiment that he voluntarily did, she explained. What kind of dumb monsters are manning the church? Sylvester wondered. But then he thought about who would be a guardian under his rule. At least Lady Aurora will still be there since she was young. Maybe the Lord Inquisitor too. As for others, he knew that the fifth guardian was soon going to pass away, and the first guardian was already against him. How many of them will I have to kill to forge my holy throne of bones? Lord Bard, Lady Tenth, the helmsman spoke. This is as far as I can take you. Look ahead. The chunks of ice have started to appear. I think the winter has been hard in the north this year for the ice to emerge so early. It wasn't there a few days back. Sylvester annoyedly stood up at the bow of the boat. How far is the Crusader camp? It's near the start of the river pass, Lord Bard. That's also where the Bloodling has appeared. The camp has been set in the woods far north of the shores of Duke Iceling's castle. You are not far from that site, just 5 or 6 kilometers. What if I stay standing at the boat's bow and keep pushing away the chunks of ice? He offered. But the helmsman objected to that too. I can get you there this way, but when returning it will just be me. Sylvester took a little pouch from his pocket on the underside of his chest plate. Then he took out 3 gold graces. Here, you can keep these 3 right now and get 2 more later. You are to stay with me at the Crusader camp as I wish to return to the county by tomorrow evening. You can remain at the back of the camp, and I assure you no harm shall come to you from the Bloodling. After all, if money could solve some things and he had money, then why the hell not? The helmsman looked at the gold with shining eyes. And what about my boat, Lord Bard? We can surely pick it out of the water and place it somewhere safe. Don't worry, I got everything covered for you. All I need right now is to reach that place as quickly as possible. Are you going to get me there, my fellow man of faith? My duty is of utmost importance to the Holy Land, to the Pope. Do you not wish to help the Holy Father? Do you now wish to become a part of history, the main helmsman who helped the Lord's Bard? Yes, my lord, I am a humble servant of the light. Whatever you say, I do. I shall help the Holy Father get rid of this menace. Please brace yourself. I shall get you to your destination quickly. Ha. The man became pumped and spent all the magic he could to make the boat go fast. Sylvester also kept a serious face, despite laughing inside. The same was the case with Lady Aurora, as she knew how easy it was to manipulate people with their high identities. So their boat journey was cut in half as Sylvester used air manipulation to move all the ice blocks out of the way. He was still hiding the fact that he could use water and earth manipulation, at least not using it openly. Before noon, they arrived at the shores near where the Crusader camp was set. They could not go too far since the Bloodling was living there. From what the helmsman said, it was known that this Bloodling was somehow spawned in the water and had something to do with it. As they moved about, Sylvester could feel many eyes were on him despite 3 being nobody in the vicinity. He reckoned the Crusaders had set up a parameter and placed some alert runes. Don't be scared if someone abruptly appears, he warned the man behind him. Whoosh! Stop! As expected, after they passed what appeared to be the border of the parameter the Crusaders had set, some knights appeared from the trees and aimed their swords or spears at them. Sylvester raised his hands. Look at me, folks, blonde hair and golden eyes. I am Sylvester Maximilian, the Lord's Bard. This is Lady Aurora, the 10th Guardian of Light. We're here to help you as per the request of your commander. And why should we believe you? Any blondie could claim to be the Lord's Bard. The Crusader rebuked. Sylvester's brows twitched, but he agreed and made both his palms create a ray of light and also sang a hymn silently, making a halo appear behind his head. Is this enough? Thud. The men fell to their knees and started crying. Lord Bard, please save us from this hell. The bloody bloodling does not die no matter what we do. We're so frustrated, hungry, and cold here. Well, a hero you want, a hero you shall get. Fear not, children of the Lord. To save you has arrived his bard. Sylvester spoke in rhyme and went forward to make one of the men stand up. Then he used his palm to pour some light on his head, making him feel warm. It was his usual theatrics to create a long-lasting image in people's minds. Now this crusader, who was surely not a clergyman, will go around for the rest of his life telling people about this one story. As for the other men, they will also spread the message. Thank you, Lord Bard, please follow us. They happily led the way. Meanwhile, Lady Aurora was ignored despite her being much stronger than Sylvester. One of the reasons was that most laymen didn't know how vital the guardians were, and the second reason was that women were scarce in the clergy, especially as warriors, let alone one as strong as her. They likely thought she was a bright mother or something. They were brought to the large camp of crusaders soon after, where multiple divisions of small crusader groups had gathered and worked under one commander, who was a bishop-ranked clergyman. The location was depressing and cold, as the snow covered all of the grounds, and in a short distance, the mountains started dark and dry as a desert. The river flowed from between these mountains, and the place, where the river came out into the flatlands from between the mountains, was called River Pass. Boom! Quick, it's starting to fight again. Leave your posts and run back. As Sylvester came close to the river again, he heard the shouts of men in panic and utter chaos. Soon after, louder booms resounded. Boom! It took Sir Carter and Sir Stephen. Sir Bruce was also taken. Sylvester hastened his steps and finally arrived at the shore. It appeared less like a battlefield and more like a construction site with chopped timber, and men were working to make something out of it. Also, the most noticeable thing was the destruction, as it appeared something huge and powerful had slammed over whatever the men were building, as now only the shattered pieces of some parts of wood remained. What's going on here? He asked the crusader beside him. Lord Bard, the bloodling is a rare type, as the commander said. This one does not have a physical body and is one with water in this part of the area. Nothing we throw at it can harm it. Even the fire has no effect since it's a river and more water takes the vaporized one's place. So we're trying to make a dam. Interesting. Sylvester moved a little upstream, among the crowd of crusaders working to help the wounded and getting back to work. There were at least 1,000 men at work right before his eyes. What do you think, Lady Aurora? Have you ever encountered one like this? He asked her. Lady Aurora stared at the river with interest. If what he said is true, then this one will be hard to kill, not because of its strength but because of its ability to replenish itself. I've never heard of such a bloodling in history, however. But I must say, whoever this commander is, he did a commendable job of planning to make a dam. Good, then let's check this dam, Sylvester said and moved further. Soon, they came across a strange structure that was still under construction. But to their shock, the blockade was not made of earth, neither wood nor was it being worked on by humans. What the undeads are making a dam of bones, Lady Aurora exclaimed in shock. Meow. Sylvester looked down as the cat's noise didn't belong to Murrej. He chuckled at the sight, knowing who it belonged to. Ha ha, how are you, little harpy? Lady Aurora jumped even further and unsheathed her sword. An undead cat. Archpriest Sylvester let it go. But Sylvester only patted the little skeleton cat. Calm down, Lady Aurora. I know who it belongs to, and there he is. Sylvester turned around and saw a man in black hooded robes, so big they covered all of his skin, and even his face appeared under the shadow. Ha, here comes my favorite necromancer. Sylvester was truly delighted as the man spread the strong scent of tulips, pure worship, the same as the last time he saw him. He was a true loyal cultist. Lord Bard. Chapter 169. A Man Doomed for Loneliness. Lord Bard, we met again, albeit under the same circumstances. Sylvester hugged the man, for the necromancer's reclusiveness was ineffective against his light. It even surprised the man, as his face appeared shocked but also happy from underneath the hood. "It's good to see you again, Bishop Lazark. How have you been, and what are you doing? Ah, you're the commander of this Crusader army." Bishop Lazark, the amazing necromancer who, despite being a dark wizard, was able to fight and survive a bloodling twice. He was a man that Sylvester respected because, even alone, the man had great might. "I am the commander, but in name only. What are you doing here, Lord Bard?" Lazark asked, sounding a bit depressed for some reason. "We are the support you asked for. You sent someone to the nearby monasteries, asking for any help they could send. Since we were the strongest and the most experienced folks nearby, we came. And this fine lady here is the 10th guardian of light, Lady Aurora." The necromancer just nodded, as this was his usual notion of all emotions, whether happy or sad. This was why Sylvester appreciated his ability even more, as he could tell what the man was thinking. He was happy and hopeful. "How are you doing, Lazark? You sent me no letters. We could have collaborated on more assignments," he asked him. Bishop Lazark sighed and pointed at the back, at the river. "I am trying to create a dam here using the undead by making them pile themselves on top of each other." "Then what about the other dam they are making in the front?" Sylvester asked. Bishop Lazark appeared saddened at the mention of that. "Priest, as you know, people are very apprehensive about my necromancy, and that's why I have no team either. My second and third in command nearly caused a riot against me and nearly killed me, accusing me of being a secret member of the Anti-Light, of being unholy. They'd rather disobey my authority than serve under me. So here I am trying to solve the problem I am asked, alone." "Those maggots," Sylvester cursed and showed artificial anger to make Bishop feel he was important to him. "What's the name of the second in command?" "Prince Harpus de Gracia, some small princeling from the branch family of the Gracia family." "Oh!" Sylvester exclaimed. It was certainly a surprise, but a pleasant one. He was waiting for a moment like this to happen. He decided to do something about this. "We're here to deal with the bloodling, and as I am also a sanctum inspector, I am legally bound to reprimand any unsavory acts done by the Crusaders. Come with me, Bishop. Let's deal with this princeling. It's time he learns that real power lies in the hands of the holy men, not nobles." "I hope it won't cause a riot," Bishop muttered and followed. As they arrived with Bishop Lazark behind him, he noticed everyone going silent and glaring at them, mainly Lazark. They scowled, frowned, and sometimes called strange names. For the first time, Sylvester got to see firsthand what Bishop Lazark goes through on a daily basis. This was the reason why he had no teammates, as his necromancy was his boon and bane at the same time. He wondered how a man could keep himself gathered for so long after being abused by those with whom he was meant to sing Lord's hymns. Either Bishop Lazark has the mental fortitude of a god, or he just doesn't care, he thought. Soon they were brought to a tent in the back of the camp, away from the river. The supposed second and third in commands who mutinied against Bishop Lazark were living there. It was a very lavish tent, and even 2 men were standing in front of the entrance, guarding it. Sylvester moved closer to them and showed them his occupational identity document of being a church official. "This is a holy crusade, church's business. Move aside, or I will hold you accountable for what's about to happen to the 2 inside." The 2 guards knew better than to mess around at this stage. Everyone loves their head above their shoulders, after all. Sylvester then pushed open the entrance cloth and glanced inside. The place appeared even more lavish than he initially expected. It was snowy land, so the ground was supposed to be damp. But here he was, standing on a thick rug as dry as a desert. There was a heating stove in the middle with a chimney going up, while animal fur was in abundance, spread around. There were also a few chests that were lying open, full of gold and other items. Where did they get these? There appeared to be two designated spaces for them to sleep, each at the opposite extreme of the tent, and there seemed to be two people sleeping, evident by the lump of blankets. Bishop Lazark, you and the men outside are working so hard and dying, while here, these so-called commanders are sleeping. I can't tell if they are so confident or just don't care. Sylvester boomed loudly. The two men slowly started to wake up from their sleep and look. The first person to wake up was Prince Harpus de Gracia, and his reaction to seeing Sylvester was as expected. "Why, you're the priest from that town, my porter." Sylvester smilingly walked close to him. "Then let me port you outside." "What?" Bam! Sylvester caught the man by his black hair and started dragging him out. The prince was not wearing much under the blanket, so he was instantly hit by the cold. But then Sylvester abruptly stopped as he found an exposed woman under the blanket who was just waking up. He was not too shocked, but just amazed because they were so far from civilization. "Where did you find these women?" Bishop Lazard responded in a disappointed voice. "These two are high nobles with too much money. They've kept women close by on all their journeys. She's probably some wench he paid from the closest town." "Oh, then the charges add up. Blasphemy in the work of faith. You have tarnished the Holy Crusade," Sylvester said, and started dragging him out again. "Alarg, what do you think you're doing?" "I know exactly what I am doing." Sylvester didn't go easy on him and held his hair harder. A bit too hard, it seemed. Thud. Sylvester lost the grip, and the prince fell face first on the rug. But on another look, Sylvester realized that he had patched away a piece of the scalp of the prince. Well, they can grow again. He again caught a different patch and started dragging him to the exit. Bishop Lazark, drag the other man the same way, and ensure you mistakenly pull a little hard. Arg! In no time, two pieces of scalps were on the floor, and two bloodied men were dragged by their hair. Sylvester showed no mercy and would even kick the so-called prince in the face for wiggling too much. A few times, he'd also try to attack, but then he'd get punched in the face, hence the lack of few frontal teeth and bleeding mouth. As they got out, the ground was too muddy, so the two men got dirty, and by the time Sylvester dragged them near the center of the camp, the two were unrecognizable and shivering heavily. He then addressed the crowd that gathered near him. "Listen to me. I am the Lord's Bard, Sylvester's Maximilian. I have come from the Holy Land to ensure that no lapse is made in the crusade. Yet, here I see mutiny against a bishop of high rank. I hear that you men rioted against him because he's a necromancer. I do not know what faith of Solis you follow, but we do not discriminate against magic. All are the same in the eyes of the Lord, for all that exists is according to his accord." Sylvester waited to see a few heads falling down. He tried to smell the air, which was full of anxiety, for the men were scared. But Sylvester was more angered at a particular bunch. "All those who are from the clergy, come forth and show your shameless faces," he ordered. In an instant, nearly 30% of the men came forward. Still, heads held low, for they knew what their folly was. Sylvester scowled and shamed them openly. "I am ashamed to call you my brother in faith. You know the laws, you know how to identify fake or real identifications, and yet you join them against the bishop, the man who has experienced surviving a fight against a bloodling twice, a man who has more knowledge about dark creatures than any. My Lord Bard, please forgive us. We were enticed by the prince. He said if he became the commander, his family would send many extra supplies such as food and clothing. We couldn't kill the bloodling here, so we needed those things as the winter breeze became stronger." A clergyman in knight's armor knelt and spoke. Lies. Sylvester could smell it from a mile away. He knew already that these men didn't do it due to some words of a prince, but because of their own prejudice against necromancy. It was understandable, but this was a breaking of the protocol. However, it was also a fact that he could not punish all of these men, who likely numbered thousands, and he also wished to win them over. But he could surely create an example for them. Get this in your heads: the bishop shall remain the commander, and you must obey. Or don't mind me if I decide to hold all of you accountable and report to Saint Wazir. The woman beside me is Lady Tenth, the 10th guardian of light. A grand wizard. She can instantly burn you with fire without a need for a pyre. He easily threw Lady Aurora under the bus. After all, this was his reason for bringing her anyway. Her status was more helpful when enforcing something. The Crusaders nodded silently. They had no other choice, even less so with Lady Aurora. They could only gulp their saliva and agree to any order they got. Meanwhile, Sylvester wondered what to do with these two. He glanced at Bishop Lazark and saw the anger in the man's eyes. He reckoned the man must have been humiliated and frustrated, but couldn't retaliate even when he could massacre them. It must have been frustrating knowing you have nobody watching your back. Killing these two high nobles could give me minor troubles later. But Bishop's loyalty to me will only increase if I give him what he wants to see, so death it is. Sylvester then looked at the two commanders of the mutiny. And these two, they shall work at the front to build a dam. No matter what, they shall not be allowed to sit back, and they will get 1 meal a day. We will die, the bloodling will kill us, Prince Harpus cried. Sylvester knelt down in front of the prince and looked him in the eye with a cruel smile that sent shivers down the latter's spine. This Blondie is just doing his job, my prince. And don't forget that all men live by God's plan. But rest easy if you die. You will have my condolences. The prince knew that he was being given a death sentence. Why are you doing this to me? What do you want? Arg. Sylvester pulled him closer by the hair and whispered in his ear. Don't give yourself so much credit, my prince. You are nothing to me, never were and never will be. Please, I will do as you say. Don't let me die. My family will reward you. You're not fooling me, Prince. You wish to kill me. I can see it in your eyes. Tell me, why should I let a threat to my life live when I have a chance to end it? The moment you tried to kill a follower of mine, you should have prepared your shrine. Sylvester stood back up and spoke loudly. Prince, you joined this crusade knowing what could happen on it. Now, do not cower while your brethren are doing the same work and dying. Now get to work, all of you. I want this dam made by sunset, he boomed. He had no reason to be kind to these crusaders for now because it'd be a waste. The actual game of winning their hearts and minds was to come next. He didn't waste any more time and walked closer to the riverside. He looked at the clear blue water, and there was no sign of a bloodling in it, but it was there as Sylvester felt the scent of death looming. We're going to continue to make a dam, but 2 instead of 1. What are you planning, Lord Bard? Bishop Lazark asked. With folded arms and a seriously threatening face, Sylvester smirked at the water at the bloodling. Water is the element this bloodling can harness, so I shall turn this same water into its carcass. Chapter 170, F my luck. Sylvester made up his mind and went on to make the 2 dams. He divided the men into 2 teams. One team was responsible for creating the dams, and the other was responsible for creating side passages for the river water to keep flowing and not flood the whole area instead. So they had to make 2 tunnels going from behind the first dam to the other side of the second one. This would require earth magic, so he could only let the knights and other wizards work on creating the blockade on the river, away from the area of influence under the bloodling. The river was as deep as 2 meters and as wide as 50 meters. This was going to be an arduous task, as the current of the water was also strong. Sylvester had to ensure that he did not change the intensity of the flow either, as that could adversely affect the parts downstream and flood various towns or villages. He first got to dig the tunnels as that would make the water more shallow, making the dam-making process easier. Bishop Lazark had already decreased the flow a bit already. Lady Aurora, you shall focus on the left bank tunnel, and I will be on the right. Make sure you don't break into the wall of the last stretch and flood the tunnel itself before getting out. He showed them a few sketches he had made. After that, they all got to work. Using earth element manipulation or simply using the runes, they started to dig. It was going to take them a while, but they still had decent enough speed. While at the surface, the dam was being created. One was made with necromancy as the skeletons piled up one above another. The other one was made of wood. The prince and his partner in crime were forced to work on the front line at the wooden dam. They were the two men sitting on the thin logs, nailing pieces one after the other. Whenever they would slow down, they would get shoved around and threatened that they'd be thrown into the water. But as the night started to linger over their heads, he began to feel somewhat on the edge as the air was too cold, mainly because they were close to the Pentepak mountain range, the tallest and the longest mountain range in the known world. But the main reason for his worry was the Shadow Knight. He could only wish the creature would not come after him there. Let's go and have some rest. We shall resume at the first light in the morning. With this speed, I'm certain we can complete the task by noon tomorrow and then deal with the bloodling by evening. Sylvester ordered the men and sent them to sleep after eating. Meanwhile, Sylvester took the main lavish tent that the previous commanders used. Speaking of those two, they were tied inside a small, thin tent without much insulation. Sylvester was hoping they'd naturally die. In the large tent, Sylvester, Lady Aurora and Bishop Lazark rested as they ate their food near the coal heater in the middle. The temperature was falling rapidly as the winds kept getting stronger outside. They had the luxury of the fur, but the people in other tents were freezing. But most of them were used to it as they had been serving in even harsher work conditions throughout their lives. I can't help but come to respect the mountain tribes who live even further north of here, Sylvester muttered as he ate. Would you say the same about the desert cannibals? Bishop Lazark asked, as the memory of Sphinx Town was still fresh to them. Sylvester sighed, put the bowl away, and relaxed by taking off his boots to dry his feet. Them? Most certainly not. As long as they are cannibals, in my eyes they are dead. But if there are some tribes that are not cannibals, then they'd have my respect. It's harsh to survive in a climate such extreme, and they've done it for generations. At that, Lady Aurora chuckled. I'm sure most of them would die if they lived among us, common civilized folks. We scheme and kill so much for no reason that they'd just be confused. They have all the food they want, so why do they still fight and kill, they'd say. Or maybe not, Sylvester rebutted. Remember, it's the common folks of these tribes who are hungry, not their leaders, who likely live in more luxury than you and I do. All the food, women, and treasures, yet they fight other tribes and raid nearby settlements. It's human instinct to keep fighting and keep wanting more. It's a never-ending cycle, no matter what era or the world. Or species, Bishop Lazard added. Elves, dwarves, vampires, goblins, dragonkins, I heard they are the same too. Sylvester looked around at the tent and noticed the open chest full of gold. A good amount of it was already missing, however, thanks to one hungry furry bank that loves gold. I have no idea where that money came from. Do you, Bishop? Tributes. The Crusaders this time know they cannot leave behind a trail of destruction, sacking an R*P like the last time. But the people don't know this, so when some Crusaders arrive at a new town or village, they demand a certain payment for being left alone. The poor people cave in, valuing their lives and peace more than gold. Sylvester felt a bit disgusted by that money, but the deed was already done, so there was no going back. But he could at least stop such things from happening again. Does the Holy Land know about this? Maybe, I don't know. Crusades started just recently, and my case is rare as I don't have a team. I just get attached to leading various teams randomly. So I believe those groups that are doing this are little chambers of secrets, where they all keep their sins tight-lipped. But thankfully, out of the past 18 groups I have commanded, I've only seen this happening twice. It's still not good. I will write to Saint Wazir and inform him. By the way, I would once again like to offer you a spot on my team. Sylvester straightforwardly invited him. He truly believed that with Bishop, his team could gain a much-needed strength upgrade. Not to mention, Bishop Lazark was an old dog who knew some level of diplomacy. And my answer remains the same, Lord Bard. I do not wish to make life hard for you. Having a necromancer beside you can tarnish your name, Bishop Lazard said. Sylvester appreciated that the man was worrying about his reputation. But he didn't really care at this point, because all it takes him to impress someone is one him. Besides, what he wished to do was use his manipulation means to make Lazark and his necromancy popular in a good way. Then don't join my Sanctum Inspector team but my Crusade Supervisor team. As Sanctum Inspectors, we are allowed to gather a team of 20 each. Felix and I will have 20 each, making it 40. We can easily make that 41. What do you say, Lady Aurora? Shouldn't he join me? Lady Aurora. Sylvester looked to the side, and to his surprise, the woman was already asleep while sitting. She was even snoring a little from the sound of it. She's truly one of the prettiest yet least feminine women I've ever met, and I can't help but say I like that about her. Anyway, what do you think, Bishop? He asked the man again. Bishop Lazark seemed to contemplate that for a long time. He wondered if the effects of him being a necromancer would be the same if there were 40 people. He knew Sylvester, Felix, Gabriel, and Sir Dalorum didn't care, but others might. I need time to think about it, Lord Bard. Sylvester shrugged and got up to head to his bed. You have the whole night, Bishop. I shall head to bed now. See you in the morning. He hugged Chonky in his arms under the blanket, and soon drifted off into a very light sleep, enough to let him rest, but also be alert to any temperature change, which would mean he needed to run or prepare. But not everyone went to sleep. Still, besides the heater in the middle, Bishop Lazark sat quietly and thought about his life. He was certainly not happy with it, as humans are creatures that long for connections, friendships, and communication. Having lived in isolation for so long, even he wished to have someone to talk to and share his thoughts and ideas with. But he knew he'd be a burden on most, and that was something he could never accept as a firm believer of the Lord. I guess I am forever damned to be alone, he muttered. He values you, Bishop. Go ahead, join him. Lady Aurora, Lazark exclaimed, shocked she heard him. You were not sleeping. She slowly stretched her arms and yawned while getting up. Even my unconscious mind functions more than a commoner's focused mind. I'm a grand wizard, Bishop. My level of strength is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. Good night now. With no care, she went to one of the beddings and rested down, once again falling asleep, leaving the necromancer perplexed. 1, 2, 3. Let go. Boom. The next day, Sylvester didn't want to take any risks with the lives of the Crusaders. So, after ensuring that the last part of the tunnels was dug, he told everyone to get out while he set a few explosive crystals in the place. Then, all they needed was a surge of magic to activate them. Lady Aurora and Sylvester easily made that happen. So with a loud boom, the 2 tunnels that bypassed the dams were built. The water started to flow as expected, and the intensity of water where the dams were being built decreased. I hope it doesn't attack. Sylvester grunted alone as he felt the scent of death rising astronomically. The bloodling was undoubtedly not happy having its habitat halved. But that was only the start, as Bishop Lazark soon finished building his undead dam. With that, the water completely stopped flowing downstream for a 100-meter stretch. By then, the second dam had also been constructed to a decent height, so now the water was trapped between the two. However, he didn't let the men rest and quickly launched a response. "Get ready, everyone. We are going to attack the river with all the fire magic we have," he roared as he gathered the Crusaders beside the shoreline. Lady Aurora was given the job of using ice and air elements to freeze water if the Bloodling decided to attack them. This way, they could at least minimize the casualties. Sylvester stood at the leading charge, but he kept Prince Harpus and his lackey beside him, ready as sacrifices to the Bloodling. "It's coming. When I say you start shooting your fire spells without care, use up all the magic you have," he roared at the hundreds upon hundreds of men, most of them covered with armor, but they all were sweaty and mudded from working all that time. "Come out." Sylvester waited as he knew the threshold of the scent of death that meant it was the closest. So he waited, calculating all the changes. Soon he noticed the water turning a bit darker. Yes, a bit more. The crowd nervously stood, some coughing, some sweating profusely, and their hands appeared ready to cast spells or runes. The winter didn't even affect them anymore, as their lives could be taken at any moment. Now, boom, whoosh, bang. As soon as Sylvester's roaring command came, the Crusaders unleashed hell on earth. Even if they were not all wizards and those who were wizards were not strong, the combined might of hundreds of them was overwhelming. The scorching heat reached the water in the river, from which a certain shape was slowly trying to come out, but the concentrated fire pushed it back with ease. "Raja. So it can cry," Sylvester mumbled and focused both his hands on the water, releasing beams of pure red fire. He had also cast a few whirling fire moves, creating fire tornadoes on the river. The scene that appeared was mind-numbing, as the steam rose and covered everything around, making it impossible to see, mixed with the screeches of the Bloodling. It was a musical sound. Raja. Boom. Boom. "What was that?" Sylvester exclaimed and looked to his left and right. To his shock, the prince and his lackey were gone. "There is no water. How did it pull them in?" "Stop!" He boomed aloud, but his voice was nothing in comparison to the fiery hailstorm around him. The Crusaders kept raining fire. Whoosh! "Arg, my F***Sea King luck!" Sylvester cursed as out of nowhere he felt something wrapped around his waist and pulled him away into the river, or whatever was left of it. Chapter 171. Pathetic. As far as he could see, it was just mist everywhere. He was in the air, being pulled down by the Bloodling. He didn't know what it looked like or if it even had a form. He stayed focused, however, and kept shining his light from his palms as it seemed to work against these creatures. Thud. "Arg!" he grunted in pain as he got slammed onto the muddy riverbed. The water had evaporated, and now only the swamp-like ground remained. Still, there was too much mist for him to see, so he went by his instincts and used the sense of smell to determine how far the Bloodling was. For now, the Bloodling seemed a bit shy and didn't continuously attack him. Sylvester. Lord Bart. The Crusaders and Lady Aurora were shouting his names and calling for him continuously, thinking the Bloodling had got to him. But he didn't want them to charge forward and die simultaneously. "I'm fine, focus on your defense," he shouted and continued to focus on his surroundings. "Chonky, try to smell things. If you see something nearby or behind my back, just scream." I make see." Sylvester then held his spear in front of him as he knew that if the Bloodling was going to attack him secretly, then the best way for the defense was something physical, as spells take time. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong gust of air zoomed past his head. At first, he didn't heed it, but when the same thing happened a few more times, he realized something. Fuck, did that Bloodling become steam now? But it must have a physical body as well since it dragged me here. He muttered and decided to deal with this steam first, at least whatever was near him. He used a simple spell called Whirling Storm to create a few tornadoes of air and sent them to spin around him. In no time, the steam started to get sucked into it and pushed towards the sky. Slowly, he was able to see a few meters around himself. He noticed the ground; it was full of mud, but at the same time, it had too many little golden shining stones as big as an inch. As far as he could see, it was full of them. Holy goodness! Bloodlings are known to hoard stuff. Does that mean this bloodling has been hoarding back all the gold in the mud that seems to pass through here from occasional floods? He wondered with eyes shining bright and his heart racing in excitement. But then he looked at the various tornadoes and decided it was better if the steam covered the surroundings. He could not let the Crusaders see the state of the riverbed, nor could he allow the Duke of the area to know about this. But how do I extract it fast? Chunky can't eat this much mud, right? I can't ask him to do something like this. He tried to brainstorm something while stopping the tornadoes. He knew the gold was extracted from the mud through a long process of putting the mud on a shaker and throwing water on it to separate the gold, so it remains in the bed of the machine. He didn't have the machine or the time. Magic was his only solace. Chunky, look at all this mud on the ground. It has a lot of gold in it. Do you have anything in mind about taking it all? Murad's eyes shined even more than Sylvester's as his love for shiny objects was amplified by Sylvester's questionable teachings. Over the years, Murad had come to realize the importance of this shiny stone. It could buy him all the bananas in the world. How much gold? Murad asked. Sylvester looked around and tried to calculate how much it could be. Since the little chunks were as big as pebbles, he felt the amount would weigh at least more than 100 kilos. That was only the parts he could see. The riverbed under Bloodling's influence was 100 meters long. If he could turn them into gold graces somehow. It was a lot of money, and he could buy tons of new materials with it. There will be tens of thousands of gold coins, Chunky. What do you think? Do you have any way to get it out? He asked. Murad didn't reply and instead jumped onto the ground and started sniffing around. Then, like a vacuum cleaner, he started devouring all the upper layers of mud into his special bottomless tummy. It was unknown where all that was going, and he didn't ask. Murad was just moving around with his head held low and taking all the gold he could as fast as he could. Ah, it's coming. Sylvester felt the oncoming scent of death increase. He quickly prepared himself to counter the attack. Chunky taking all the wealth the bloodling had kept was likely angering it, but since Chunky was invisible, all it could do was come out and attack him. Sylvester prepared to use both his hands to create a beam of light, not the wrath of heavens, since it was still too early and killing it would also remove all the steam. Chunky still needed at least a dozen more minutes with his speed, and they didn't even know how far that gold was spread, so it could very well take an hour. All right, let's see how strong this bloodling is. Whoosh! Sylvester jumped back out of instinct, but he kept his eyes on the front and noticed a giant figure. It seemed like a big blob on foot. The colossal monster was made of something blue like water. It had hundreds of tentacles and all of them appeared like water, but it had eyes too, not one but tens of them spread around the body. At the same time, the feet seemed to be made of vines. This was a proper monster, unlike the last bloodling with a humanoid body, though Sylvester appreciated one thing for now. At least it can't fly. But the tentacles the bloodling had were like whips that went at the speed of sound. They were so fast that Sylvester didn't even know when they were thrown at him and taken back. All he noticed was the booming sound of the snapping tentacle. Chunky, can't you increase the speed? I do not wish to be caught by a tentacle monster. I don't think that will lead to good things for my body. Sylvester shouted in question. Murad didn't reply, however, and kept eating the dirt. Thankfully, he was not tasting it since this was not his regular mouth but the interdimensional one. Sylvester took that silence as, it will take time. So he braced to fight this thing slowly this time. For this, he decided to use fire-based attacks. Whoosh! He sent one fireball at the creature, then another one. One after another, he launched a barrage of them. He could see something happen to the bloodling too, as the spots that would hit it would slowly release a lot of steam with pain-filled growls from the creature. This one seems too weak against fire and light. No wonder it was strong with the flowing water. And if its body is based on water, then it can't heal itself by replacing it anymore. Sylvester slowly started to realize the edge he had over this one bloodling. The odds were entirely in his favor this time. As long as he stayed away from the range of the tentacles, the creature could not hurt him. Not to mention, the creature was too slow on its feet. I should take this as slow as I can. He even took the spear in hand and started to heat the tip of the blade with magic. He aimed to cut the tentacles slowly and make the bloodling useless. Whoosh! The bloodling sent a strong wave of attacks, a barrage of hits from the bloodlings towards him. Sylvester anticipated them from the scent of death. Whenever it peaks, it means the attack is coming. So, whenever that happened, he'd start spinning the spear at a fast speed. Come on, you can do it, bloodling, or should I say weakling, pathetic. Sylvester didn't know if the creature could even understand his taunts, but his voice sure made it annoyed and forced it to use more of its tentacles. But Sylvester kept spinning the spear in front of himself, making the tip go red. Whoosh! Raya! Bloodling cried in pain, once its tentacles started to get sliced, as if it was inside a mixer grinder. Boom! Sylvester threw an intense fireball when it came too close to him, sending it tumbling back. Its huge blob-like body was its bane, as it was too easy to roll around. I can't believe this thing was killing the Crusaders, he muttered, though it was this weak because he had taken away what made it strong in the first place, water. It was like taking the sun away from a wizard. The solarium is the lifeline of all wizards, so without the sun, weakness would ensue. So he kept playing around, wasting time with it, cutting its tentacles from time to time. Bam! Sylvester made a 180-degree jump to the back and spun in the air to dodge the oncoming attacks from the bloodling. By now, the creature knew that Sylvester could not be beaten, so it decided to cover itself in the mist again. "Ha-ha, you can hide from me, but not my fire." He boomed and threw so much fire from his two palms in two directions that even a dragon would feel ashamed. The mist was part of the creature's body, so it was naturally hurting it, clear by the grunting screams being heard everywhere. Makesy all done. About time. Sylvester breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to end this thing once and for all. First, he needed to gather all the mist in one place and burn it all with his wrath of heavens. He started to chant and placed his right hand on the chest, facing the palm forward. He wanted to first see how much mist one attack could remove. The light he'd release would spread everywhere, hence its effect should be radial and not linear. Filthy creature of the water, you have defiled this land. You are needed no longer, for I am putting you to an end. A holy Lord, erase this darkness with the light I command. He suddenly stopped and looked around himself. His hands fell to his sides, along with his shoulders. Puh! He face-palmed himself, but under that palm was a big grin. Why didn't I think of this before? With a few human sacrifices, I can use this weakened bloodling to win over the Crusaders. Chapter 172, Fortune in Misfortune. It was Chunky, just vomiting the mud back out like a tap was opened. Sylvester hurried to him and patted his back. You okay, bud? What's happening? I release all the mud out and keep the gold, Chunky replied and continued. He can do that. This is brilliant. If he can separate materials inside his bottomless belly, I can probably use this ability in the future as well to tax the people. Whoosh! But he had a bloodling to play with for now. Its attacks had weakened by now and didn't scare Sylvester as he could easily dodge them. But he wanted to lure this creature to attack the Crusaders and kill a few so he could appear as a hero and save them. But first, he picked some mud and poured it over his clothes and face to appear as if he was struggling to fight this thing. Then, he picked Chonky and rushed to exit the mist and reach the shores again. However, the bloodling kept attacking him from the steam, only to fail to reach him every time. It was also getting weaker slowly as the water it had was limited and, with time, was only decreasing. "Get ready to attack," he roared as soon as he appeared in the crowds. Lady Aurora looked at him with a strange expression when she saw he was not injured at all, but she still came to him to check. "Did you find its weakness?" "Yes, and we have already exploited it. It thrives on water and we have taken it. The more we fight it, the weaker it will get. But you should stay out of this, Lady Aurora. Let them fight because if you moved, it'd be just a one-shot kill," he explained with some half-facts. "They need to fight it and learn how to deal with bloodlings. After all, this whole crusade is about bloodlings." She nodded and stepped back to stand at the back of the crowd that was aiming at the steamy mist. They awaited Sylvester's command, but it never came, as there was no physical creature. "Prepare to strike. You need to harm that steam itself. Remember, all you see in front of you is a part of the bloodling's body." He roared but never told them what attack to use. He just told them to fight it. And as he expected, some of the wizards were likely dropped on their heads as a baby. "Attack at will." With his command, most wizards started to attack the bloodling with fire attacks, but a minority were those who attacked with water. This was, in return, not just healing the creatures but also negating the effects of the fire attacks. "Go on, dig your own graves deeper." Sylvester was also sending a few weak fire spells, but he needed the bloodling to use its tentacles to drag a few of the Crusaders with it, not just one but a few of them. For this, he had to wait and let the dumb wizards use their water to strengthen it. "Lord Bard, won't it be better to fight it with fire?" Bishop Lazark asked him as he appeared behind him. The man used a few rune-based magic spells as his fire element was not too strong, and his undead were useless in this case. But Sylvester had to agree or his little scheme would become too obvious. "You're right. Please go and tell the wizards using water to stop." Boom! "Save yourself," Sylvester shouted as the tentacles finally started to fall on them like whips. Bam! It fell on one Crusader and killed him on the spot as it caved his helmet with ease and crushed his skull. The other Crusaders were horrified by this, and a stampede developed among them, all trying to move back. But they all fell on each other, and the whole situation turned into a mess. More than 1,000 Crusaders were now immobile, slowly getting back up. This was the perfect opportunity for the bloodling to come and claim as many lives as it wanted. However, it was also Sylvester's time to shine, and he knew spectacle was necessary to win over the hearts of these men, clergy or nobles. He jumped to where he expected the bloodling to attack and held his spear in hand. Then he started chanting a hymn, creating a halo behind his head. With his spear, golden armor, hair, and halo, he appeared like a god of war in the eyes of all. Boom! Sylvester spun the spear in his hands faster than one could see, soon cutting one tentacle of the bloodling. "Stand, children of Solis, for the fight remains. Move, keep focus, and let our might reign. Pick your arms, your swords and shields, or prepare for the castigation of anyone who yields." Sylvester kept fighting the coming strikes from the mighty bloodling. He defied it with ease with his heated spear, and made the creature scream in fear. Whoosh! The first Crusader rose up and threw a ball of fire at the steamy mist. They didn't know where it was, but after hearing Sylvester, they wished to fight. They simply couldn't resist. Boom! Then the other Crusaders slowly rose and formed a giant wall behind Sylvester. To fight, they all stood, ready to crush the bloodling with their combined might. "Only use fire spells," Sylvester boomed. There were not a lot of wizards, but even the knights could use special knightly abilities to throw burning knives and slashes from the backlines. A bombardment ensued. The bloodling had likely never thought this would happen if it could even think. It screamed in pain and tried to move back, away from the fiery rain. But Sylvester was not done yet. He wanted the creature to hurt the Crusaders more. So he lowered his magical intensity and let the bloodling recuperate. It soon took the bait and launched a do-or-die attack. All of its dozens of tentacles aimed towards the shore, but not at Sylvester, and instead the Crusaders. Whoosh! "Our help! Save me!" "No!" Like plucking fruits from a tree, the bloodling picked away Crusaders left and right, sometimes even throwing them into the air so high that wherever they'd fall, death was their destiny. But Sylvester kept calm and chanted while finally increasing his magical intensity. The fire from his palm started to get bigger and brighter. At the same time, he launched a few whirling fire spells, creating 3 tornadoes of fire circling around and destroying the steamy mist. "Aim your weapons, don't fall back, don't accept defeat. To end this creature, it's no longer an impossible feat. I promise victory is in sight, and it shall be sweet. Help!" One more Crusader was being pulled away by the tentacle. But this time, Sylvester was quick and threw his spear right at the sky-blue tentacle and cut it apart. "Release all you have," he roared and jumped forward onto the empty riverbed, where now only a sea of mist remained. The Crusaders' hearts were pumped, and seeing him jump, they felt scared for their Lord Bard. But to their shock, Sylvester didn't fall and appeared to be standing on a bright white tile made of light. "As I know." This time, Sylvester leapt towards the Crusader while avoiding the tentacle strikes. He caught on to the man with one hand and cut the tentacle with light from the other. "Keep fighting. I stand here as a wall between your glory and death. And today, we shall have glory." Sylvester roared and prepared to end this sham since he had already felt an overwhelming smell of tulips. The highest form of worship was all around him, so strong that even the smell of death from the bloodling was fatting, but that was also due to it weakening. The fiery tornadoes whirled around and ate all the steam away. Finally, the view was becoming clear, and all saw the bloodling in its proper form, hideous and gigantic, but it was also nightmarish. "My light shines brighter than your shadow. Accept my wrath and fall into the abyss below. I promise, pain is all you shall know." Sylvester kept his palm on his chest, facing forward towards the vile creature in the clear. The halo shined bright, and his hymns were ready to end the land's plight. Boom! Then, with one loud explosive roar, it shook the ground. Light overtook all that was around. "Let the light hold you in arms, for this is the dawn. Die filth, for the wrath of heaven falls upon." The Crusaders all basked in the warmth of the snowy land and felt as if holding them was Soli's hand. For some, it was the beginning of an end. For others, it was the start of an eternal trend, to keep praying to the Lord through the bard's hymns. Boom! The mighty beam of light touched the bloodling, creating a strong hole in its blob-like body. Sylvester was strong, and the bloodling was too weak without its water. The ground started uprooting as if made of glass. The beam of light spread destruction too fast. Sylvester knew he was overdoing it, and he didn't stop. Once he felt the lingering scent of death had vanished, he slowly faded the beam of light, and the wrath of the heavens stopped. There was no steam left, and everything was clear. But what they all saw was enough to let their jaws fall. On the spot Sylvester's light hit, a giant lake appeared as wide as 100 meters and going as deep as 50. The scale of destruction and the effect of one attack was mind-numbing to some, as they all imagined what it would take to harness such power. Thud! Thud! Sylvester looked below as he stood still at the tile of light in the air. Then, One by one, the Crusaders fell to their knees and clasped their hands to pray to him. My God, this intensity of worship! Sylvester would have cursed if they didn't have good mental fortitude. He felt like drooling. This worship, I think some of them are taking me as Solis incarnate or something. Sylvester was happier than ever and even thanked the bloodling for being relatively weak. I cannot let this go to waste. I need to keep these men alongside me for a while longer. He slowly stepped towards them and landed at the front. He kept a solemn look and spoke. Men of light, I say this with pure delight, we have won. But I'm afraid the cost has been grave too, as a few of our brethren have lost their lives. So ensure we find their bodies and give them a befitting farewell before we open the dams. As you command, Lord Bard, they all roared in unison. This is brilliant. Sylvester felt pumped hearing 1,000 men obey his command so thunderously. Now go and prepare the pyre for the fallen. Yes, even those two misguided commanders of yours. They may have lost their way, but I'm sure the light had not left their hearts. He ordered, instantly making himself not just appear mighty and fearful but also generous. In an instant they all hurried away to work, excited and happy, apparent by the scent. But then Bishop Lazark came up to him when nobody was around. He, too, was oozing with the scent of excitement and worship. Lord Bard, about the offer you made, I have made my mind. Chapter 173, Why? I have made up my mind. Sylvester expectantly awaited for the man to say what he wanted to hear. But he didn't keep his hopes up, as it was impossible to read the necromancer's face. I will only join you as a member of the Crusade supervision team, not as a member of your permanent arrangement as Sanctum Inspector. When the crusade ends, I shall be on my way if I believe that's the right thing to do. If I feel that due to me, your image is suffering, I shall leave. Bishop Lazark frankly spoke his terms. Sylvester chuckled, put his arm around the man's shoulder and walked along. Lazark, do you think your necromancy can hurt my image? On the contrary, I'd rather say that my image will uplift the image of necromancers around the world. My light shines brighter than any darkness. I've said this in many of my hymns. Bishop Lazark nodded, feeling grateful and excited in the heart. This was going to be the first time he would work alongside those he considered friends. Friends with whom he can talk about anything, who don't care if he has an undead cat. Now, the first thing we need to do is get you some better robes. I know you like black and I'm not changing it, but let's add some flavor to it and not have them scream that you're a dark wizard. Remember, common people believe what they see, as they are not taught to be critical thinkers. They are taught to be sheeps. So, if you're good-looking and kind to talk to, then they will automatically see you in a better light. Sylvester walked with him towards where Lady Aurora was. Bishop Lazark didn't ignore Sylvester's suggestions, as he knew by now that Sylvester had a godly charm and a way of talking that attracted people to him naturally. I will let you prepare that as you wish. Sylvester nodded and focused on Lady Aurora. She seemed to have her jaw still wide open for some reason. Lady Aurora, what happened? What? How did you do that? That beam of light was much stronger than the one you used to fight the Shadow Knight. How? She barked in questions. Sylvester stole his gaze and looked away. Well, we all need to improve with time, don't we? To be clear, I was not even using all my strength back then. My goal was to survive and prolong my stay. Here, I was just focusing on destruction. I wish to fight you, she demanded. That's what I was going to ask anyway, Sylvester thought. He wished to use Lady Aurora's overpowering strengths to push himself to rank up. It was better to be beaten bloody by an ally than against an enemy in a fight. I will be glad to do so, Lady Aurora. But first, let's return to Raftel County. We still have that murder case to solve. We must find the sick bastard cutting women's chests for whatever sickly reasons. Cutting the chests, Bishop Lazark exclaimed all of a sudden. You know something about it. Sylvester smelled a hint of surprise. Bishop nodded before starting. I do, but I don't know if it's related. Before coming here, I was in the south, in the Riveria Kingdom, near the border of Gracia. I heard that a local lord had his daughter kidnapped, killed with her breast chopped off. Sylvester instantly fell into thought. Can you tell me the exact location? Near the bamboo forest. The Baron lives there. If it's related, then this matter goes way beyond just the two counts. This would clearly mean they are not the ones who attacked each other. I need to find out more about this. Thank you for that information, Bishop. This means we need to hurry quickly. Lady Aurora, you come with me. We shall take the same boat we took to come here. As for you, Bishop Lazark, please bring the Crusaders to Raftel County. We shall disband them there to head to other regions. He ordered quickly. Lord Bard, a knight came up to them. The bodies have been gathered and put on a pyre. We await your prayers. Sylvester solemnly nodded and walked behind the knight. He soon arrived near the riverside where the pyres were set. There were 50 in total, ready to be burnt. Not that big of a sacrifice. If this were an actual battlefield, hundreds more would have died. Sylvester thought to himself and walked to stand in the direction from which he was facing the sun. I didn't know their names, but they died giving their lives in the ultimate sacrifice. They died serving the Lord. I'm sure their souls are receiving the warmth of Solis as they prepare for what's to come after. But here, in honor and with their memories in mind, we give them a last goodbye. May the holy light enlighten their souls to the right path. Sylvester nodded at the knights standing beside pyres with magic torches. Whoosh! Instantly, all of them were left to burn while the rest watched in silence. In the hearts of the Crusaders, it was a scene that inflicted fear on them. But at the same time, their minds told them how lucky they were to be saved by Sylvester, or else they could have been one of those lying on the fire. Meanwhile, Sylvester's mind was empty. In both his lives, all he had known was to kill people for the greater good, for selfish desires. So letting a few Crusaders die to earn the loyalty of others was a worthy sacrifice. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. In this cruel world, cruelty is the only path to survival, he told himself in silence. Since it was a magical fire, the burning of bodies didn't take more than half an hour. After that, Sylvester commanded all men to work and restore the river's natural flow by removing the dams. First, they removed the second dam, and then they slowly started to fill the tunnels they made to alter the current. In the meantime, Bishop Lazark removed his undead from the dam. The Crusaders watched him do it this time and didn't try to ridicule him. Sylvester had sowed the seed of doubt over their prejudice. They were forced to question why a necromancer would be a bishop if he were not accepted by the faith, and Solis already. By afternoon, they were done with all their tasks and cleaned themselves. Sylvester was in a hurry, however, so he gathered the men and commanded them. Men of the Holy Crusade, as per my order, you all are to head south to Raftel County and rest there. You shall receive your further orders from the Holy Land there. You shall march under the command of Bishop Lazark Kul Mizar. If any of you break the order and reject his command, I won't do anything. I will just be utterly disappointed in you as a fellow man of faith. Sylvester made a sad face, enough to make a grown man feel ashamed. Sylvester then spoke with Bishop a little and headed straight towards the county in the same boat. This time, their journey was even faster since they were going downstream. Green City, capital of the Gracia Kingdom. Sir Dalorum had just arrived in the city to find some information about the knight, Sir Kenworth. The man made continuous trips to the Jardel County months before the murder of the Countess. All the clues pointed out that this was the man who did the deed, even more so since Lady Melinda, the wife of Count Raftel, personally instructed the rough sketch. Sir Dalorum was a very resourceful man and had dozens of contacts all over the kingdom. He had been in the service for so many years, after all. Many of the strong inquisitors that he had served with over the years had been promoted into various departments and positions. They were placed around the world and were still loyal to the order of inquisitors, for that was what their brotherhood preached. He was on his way to meet one of the bishops in the massive Green City Monastery, where the most senior Cardinal Suprema in the kingdom worked. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sir Dalaram fell from his horse with a loud thud. He looked to his shoulder and frowned, as what happened to him was impossible to occur inside the royal capital, the supposedly safest part of the kingdom. Howdy. Before he could even make the following words in his mind, his eyes fell heavy, and soon his body became limp. He lost consciousness right in the middle of the city's busy roads. The people, some cried and some stood nearby to see, but none helped, for the world was not as kind as it used to be. Move! Not long after, the guards arrived to scatter the crowd. But once they reached the center, they lost all colors from their faces as there lay a man of clergy, with an arrow plunged in the shoulder. Fuck, I'm losing my job today. Quick, take him to the sick bay and pray he lives, or we're losing our heads. The head guard shouted orders while looking at the various terraces on the sides. The buildings were at least 4 stories high, and the attacker had most likely fled. But the guard wasted no time rushing to the guard post and calling for the citywide lockdown. Ting ting. Shortly after, bells started to ring madly around the Green City. Raftel County. Sylvester and Lady Aurora disembarked the boat at the port of Raftel County and quickly headed west. But to their confusion, they found the entire port was empty, and the nearby town too. What's happening? The helmsman wondered in confusion. Sylvester could still hear the voices from inside a few houses, and that was a sign that made his face go pale. A strong and highly unfavorable possibility rose in his mind. I'm afraid, Archpriest. Lady Aurora also reached the same conclusion once she realized the people were hiding in their houses. Sylvester frowned, took a horse tied in front of a house, and rushed to the 2 counties' border. Fuck, this doesn't make any sense. Why would they start the war? Chapter 174, but why? Sylvester gritted his teeth as he already smelled the increased scent of death the closer they got. But this time, the smell of death didn't come as a reminder of danger to him, but as a messenger of the news that death was spreading. Look at the sky, Lady Aurora muttered. Sylvester glanced, frowned, and increased the pace. In the distant sky, he saw many burning balls flying from Jardel County towards Raftel County. The catapults were at work, but that also confused him. I don't remember Jardel possessing catapults. Me neither. They rushed as fast as they could, and soon crossed the last ridge that brought the view of the whole battlefield plain to them. It was a mess, utter chaos. There were thousands of men, impossible to count. They fought each other with their weapons of choice. Magic knights used their flashy magical knight moves, wizards used their destructive spells, while the common soldiers thrust their swords into each other. Blood spread around and painted the ground red. Clank. Boom. The catapults were continuously shooting balls of fire from Jardel County, burning Raftel's men and their allies. It was a mindless, bloody mess. Sylvester grunted and headed towards the battlefield. Why did they start the war all of a sudden? They had sworn in the name of the Lord. They don't have any evidence. Did Sir Dalaram arrive? Don't go there, Archpriest. Lady Aurora stopped him. I need to find Felix and Gabriel. I don't care if those noble fools kill themselves, but I need the 2 lads alive. He boomed. Signal them, she suggested. He took a leap of faith and raised his hand in the air, then made it shine in bright light. He waited for any reaction, any distinct shout or response. The entire battlefield was in his view, so it was easy. But at the same time, everyone looked the same from that distance. There, Lady Aurora pointed her finger. Sylvester followed it and noticed a blinking light in the middle of the battlefield. It was Gabriel, he was sure of it. Since light magic is useless against another man, only Gabriel has the reason to use it to signal us. But he felt helpless as well. Yes, he could go in there and save Gabriel, but the latter was not the only man he needed to help. Felix and the rest of the platoon's men were still unaccounted for, so he turned to Lady Aurora. "Lady Aurora, I have a request. I know this is not your mission or your battle to fight. But this whole situation in the duchy reeks of a conspiracy to me, a conspiracy to destabilize the region. I need your help ensuring the Holy Land's backyard does not turn into a land of chaos." She didn't say anything and just thoughtfully nodded. There were men dying in front of her for no apparent reason. It was her duty to do something. "I need you to get Gabriel and regroup back here. I will go ahead and find Felix in the meantime. After that, we shall see what we can do to stop this battle," he advised her since he couldn't order her around. "Fair enough. Good luck on your end." Ha! She rode the horse fast towards the battlefield with no fear at all. Sylvester, too, headed in the same direction, but he went slow as he wished to find Felix first. "If I were a maniac like Felix, I'd be in the middle of the enemy lines and fighting them all simultaneously." He looked around to see if there was any cluster of too many soldiers circling around a single target, and from the looks of it, he could notice at least 6 such clusters. I should hurry and check all of them. He increased the speed and started chanting hymns under his breath to make the halo appear. He hoped that seeing him, the men would not attack him, as the halo was sort of his trademark around the continent at this stage. Bam! Whoosh! Fuck, he cursed soon after. It seemed as if some of the soldiers started to attack him specifically and threw their spears, some ordinary and some imbued with magic. It was strange since this was akin to heresy. Why are they attacking me? He had no other option then, so he held his spear in his left hand and created a ball of fire on the other one. He made the horse go faster and inched closer to the first line of soldiers fighting each other. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Boom! Sylvester rammed into the crowd like a rhino. His spear in the right hand slit throats of all wearing the armor of Jardel County. At the same time, the fire from his left hand kept everyone from attacking him from the other side. Who are these third variety of men? Wait, why are they all fighting each other? Sylvester observed the looks of 3 kinds of armor, but he didn't waste a moment to think and sped towards the first cluster. Whoosh! Arg! Sylvester quickly ducked on the horse as he felt danger. His call proved right as a fireball soon flew over his head. Of course, there were wizards involved in the battle too, but what was their rank it was not known. He hoped there were not many archwizards. "Felix," he roared. But seeing no response from the cluster ahead, he realized the only option was to clear things up. So he stopped using fire on his left and instead started to throw light towards the sky. Then, he solidified that light itself and turned them into little spears, sharp and hot. Whoosh! Without warning, he threw spears of light towards the cluster of soldiers. The spears fell like rain and punched into the armor and joints of many. It was easy to spread mayhem, so the cluster broke apart quickly, revealing the form of a strong warrior from Raftel County. But he continued to another cluster instantly, but he knew this was an inefficient way of finding Felix. He couldn't go to each cluster as he was already running on luck. The moment his horse falls, things will get worse. "Chunky, do you know how to ride a horse?" He wanted to try something. Meow, Murridge was surprised at that question. "You don't? No problem. Horses are dumb creatures. Just keep these reins in your mighty little jaws, okay? Don't let it go too loose or tighten." "Where are you going?" Murridge worriedly asked. "Nowhere, just maintain this direction and speed. I will try to find Felix from a height," he ordered and didn't ask again. He made Murridge sit on the saddle and himself stood up on it. "Here goes nothing." He jumped forward and created a light step under his feet. It worked like stairs, while Sylvester maintained his speed and kept climbing up in the sky while maintaining his position on the horse. Once he was high enough, he looked at the remaining 5 clusters. On the north side, he saw 2 men at the center he didn't recognize. On the south side, he noticed Count Jardel and Count Raftel, and in the last cluster, one tall man was swinging his sword with his armor shining bright. It was Felix. That madman, he's smiling while chopping heads. Sylvester grunted and made his way back towards the horse below. Whoosh! Whoa! Sylvester quickly stopped, ducked again, and caught whatever was flying at him. A spear. Why are some men targeting me? He reckoned he could help Count Raftel at least, as the man appeared to be in a pickle. So he imbued knightly magic with the help of exploding runes in the spear he just caught and sent it flying. Boom! In no time, it blasted near the cluster around the men trying to kill Count Raftel. The man was quick enough to turn things around and use the moment from the surprise explosion to get out of the encirclement. The Count just glanced at the sky, noticed Sylvester, and gave a nod of thanks. Thud! Sylvester fell back on the horse and continued to spear his way to Felix. On his way, he met countless men and put holes in their heads with his spear, or he burnt them with fire. Chonky, take the little bag of magic crystals from under my chest plate and throw explosive crystals on the ground, he ordered. Rah! A giant knight appeared all of a sudden, at least 8 feet tall. Sylvester didn't stop and increased his speed. He then aimed the spear of infinity at the man and made it heat up. Whoosh! He threw it so fast that only its afterimage and the sound of it cutting air were audible. The giant knight blocking his way fell silent, and his shoulders fell lifelessly, along with the 2 battle axes. Rot in hell! He plucked the spear back from the knight's skull, where it had made a big hole and had crossed to the other side. The entire battlefield was full of such mad knights and wizards. Some are strong, and some weak. It was a common rule to make sure that each army focused its powerhouses on the powerhouses of the enemy. This way, the little weaker soldiers don't end up dying too fast in one-shot kill. There he is. Sylvester finally found a large cluster of men ahead. It was like a mountain of dead bodies by now, on which Felix stood above all while the enemy soldiers from Jardel County and some third-party men tried to lay siege to him. But he was too strong, and even a simple kick from him threw men into the air away from the mountain of corpses. Felix, let's go! Sylvester roared and made a bright light from his hand to grab attention. Haha, Max, look at these buffoons. You won't believe what just happened. I finally ranked up. In both wizard and knight ranks. These fools are nothing to me. Felix shouted in pride from the corpse mountain. Sylvester cursed under his breath, not because his friend ranked up, but because he knew that was nothing. Felix just became a master wizard and a diamond knight, most likely. Where the knight's rank was really good, the wizard's rank was not that great. We must retreat and plan. This is not our war to win. Sylvester roared with utmost seriousness while occasionally stopping some men from attacking him. He could feel the scent of death increasing around him. It showed how fast the bodies were dropping dead. He wished to understand the situation quickly and stop the war soon. Fine. Whoosh! Felix jumped and stepped onto one of the enemy soldiers as if they were stones and in no time landed beside Sylvester on the same horse. Why didn't you run away? Why engage the battle? It was a surprise attack when we came to Count Raftel, Felix replied. We couldn't run. Jardel attacked, Sylvester questioned while sprinting the horse. That man swore in the name of Solis. He swore his family never uses underhanded means or lies to make war. Felix patted Sylvester's shoulder. Max, the attacker wasn't Count Jardel, it was Duke Grimton of this duchy. What's why? Chapter 175, Mayhem. What, why? Why would the liege of Count Jardel attack Jardel and Raftel at the same time? This does not make any sense. Sylvester asked. Felix shrugged and kept killing the men who came close to them. I don't know. It happened all of a sudden. We just heard the rumbling of the ground. We were on the side of Raftel at that point in the castle. The Duke's army came charging immediately and started mercilessly killing Jardel's men first, then moved towards Raftel County. This battle is crazy, Max. So many men, this makes the desert cannibal invasion of my home county look like child's play. It's exciting and annoying at the same time, Felix bellowed. Sylvester didn't try to correct him. He could understand Felix was in an adrenaline rush. Let's first get out of this madness and then talk. Sylvester felt the horse was slow because Felix was with him too, so he decided to make way for himself. Everything is fair in love and war, and I sure don't love this place. Boom! 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 As Murrej had thrown rows of explosive crystals behind, all Sylvester did was activate them with magic. The loud explosions created a highway ahead for him soon after. Bodies exploded, and limbs fell apart. Sylvester didn't care and only raced ahead on the horse. It was total pandemonium on the sides as the men who survived were confused about what had happened. They just remained on the ground and soon got stabbed by an enemy and died. Everyone was killing each other as it was a three-way war. Things had gotten out of control. Nobody was in charge other than Bloodlust. In no time, through the sea of blood and falling burning boulders from catapults, Sylvester got out of the battlefield and arrived back at the distant hill. By then, he was panting and bloodied from the blood of his enemies. Unsurprisingly, Lady Aurora was looking neat, clean and calm, as was Gabriel. It must have been child's play for her, and she was probably waiting for him for a while now. That was a good strategy, Lord Bard, she complimented him. Sylvester kept a straight face and revealed the details to her. The Duke of Colorwood has attacked both the Count brothers. This is going way out of our hands. She, for the first time, showed an expression that leaked a powerful scent of anger. Her eyes narrowed and she looked at the crowd in the distance. So a duke has decided to kill his own retainer Count. Why would he? She turned to face Gabriel and asked, "What about the Archbishop of Jardel County? Where is he?" "He's with Count Jardel. He said he would not leave behind the lord of the land. He was meant to protect and enlighten. I tried to pull him away, but he didn't agree," Gabriel recounted. "Fool," she grunted. "The church does not meddle in the squabbles of nobles. We shall leave and let them settle this matter, Archpriest. This battle is not under our jurisdiction." Sylvester was not in favor of leaving for selfish reasons. "Won't that mean I will have a stain on my perfect record? This mission failure could bite me in the back when I ask for promotion again." But on another thought, he could not help but feel that he was toyed with this time. There was a mastermind behind all this out there, someone pulling strings and making this happen for some reason. Someone so good that even the Duke was helpless. What motive did that person have? He needed to find it because if his instincts were correct, then this matter was grave. "I'm not foolish enough to believe I am the smartest man in the world. There have to be better, godly schemers who are better than me. The main question is if this is it. Have I finally found my competition?" "We can't, Lady Aurora. Let's not forget why we came here. The killer harmed the noble women and chopped their chests. All of that and this connects. You can't seriously believe a duke would attack his own retainer for no apparent reason. Someone is controlling the strings." He made the argument. Gabriel backed him up too. "Yes, Lady Aurora. You won't believe it, but after you and Max were gone, we oversaw the first meeting between Count Jardel and Count Raftel for the first time in years. Both men appeared calm, hugged each other, drank, and remembered their parents. They vowed not to fight each other as long as it was proved that they didn't harm each other's families." "Whatever is happening, someone forced the Duke to do this," Sylvester added. "He had to get her to agree because if she decided they were heading back, she had the power to tie them up and take them along." Fine, but we must end this fast. She agreed with their arguments. Thud, thud, thud. Whoa, Felix exclaimed all of a sudden. Do you also feel the ground shaking? I do, Gabriel muttered. Sylvester frowned heavily, however. No, no, this is bad. He quickly used light steps, made himself a staircase of hardened light magic, and climbed 50 feet in the air to get a full view of everything in the surroundings. He ignored the battlefield and looked back instead. Fuck, he cursed loudly. This is bad. I see an army headed this way, and they are holding the sigil of the Duke of Zon Duchy. How big is the army? Lady Aurora questioned. This makes no sense. The army is big, at least 10,000 men. Sylvester estimated and looked down. Felix, how long ago did the battle here begin? 6 hours ago, Felix blurted. Sylvester looked east towards the oncoming army. It was still a reasonable distance away, and would take at least 2 hours to reach them. This means someone informed the Duke of Zon to gather the army. Someone likely told him that the Duke of Colorwood is going to attack his lands, the Raftel County. This is a bloody conspiracy, Gabriel cursed, which was rare. Lady Aurora seemed tense as well. The war between the two dukes was a humongous mess. This would mean that the economy of Gracia Kingdom would cripple as the industrial and agricultural output would plummet. She breathed fast and thought about what to do. She was certainly not as well prepared for this kind of work to steer her way through all the scheming. All her life, she had lived under Lord Inquisitor's shadows and worked with the Inquisitors. She was like a princess to the Inquisitors because she never faced too many hardships. There was always someone to advise her, such as Sir Hans, the right hand of Lord Inquisitor. She glanced at Sylvester, who appeared calm as a mountain lake. She knew he was also thinking about dealing with this conspiracy, but while she found her head empty, she knew Sylvester's mind was full of ideas. So this is what my father wanted me to learn from Lord Bard. Learn how to steer around the scheming nobles. Lady Aurora, Sylvester spoke, I wish you to head to the oncoming army and meet the Duke of Zon if he's among them. You're the guardian of light. Even if you are the last rank, your words hold much weight. Tell him not to attack and make a camp instead. Tell him that the Bard of the Lord shall bring him the answers he likely seeks. She didn't try to fight his suggestion. She knew the boy was much smarter than she was, and given time, he'd grow stronger than her too. Knowing that, she couldn't help but feel happy for the future of the faith. I will do so, Lord Bard. You take care of yourself. The Duke has likely seen your previous rescue attempt. He may send his arch-wizards after you. He nodded and looked at his brothers. Get ready, we're moving quickly. Here, take these solarium crystals and keep them in your mouth. Don't let yourselves be exhausted. Where do you get these? They are so expensive, Lady Aurora exclaimed just then. Sylvester ignored her purposefully and climbed his horse. Boys, let's move. He didn't wait and speared towards the battlefield. He was on the horse, so he first threw his spear to kill 2 knights who were on horses too, and let Felix and Gabriel hijack them. After that, the 3 galloped towards the cluster where Sylvester had seen the 2 counts before. Spread as much chaos as possible. Use large-scale spells, he ordered them. He, too, used an S-ranked spell that was not easy to control. The whirling fire was something he used a lot but was not everyone's cup of tea to master. For that, one needs a strong fire element. Whoosh! 5 different tornadoes of fire spread around and followed Sylvester, and the 2 on their sides. The tornadoes ensured that nobody ambushed them. Felix and Gabriel, who was a master in earth elements, used their ability to make ditches on the sides of their horses as they moved to make sure all the horseback knights around them couldn't reach them. You're doing good, Sylvester roared and led the 2 straight towards the destination. Soon, a large horde of men was in view. From the looks of it, Sylvester could notice that Count Jartle, Count Raftel, and Archbishop Raymond were surrounded by hundreds of soldiers from the Duke's army. They were being pushed closer and appeared hurt, apparent by the blood. Sylvester whispered in the ears of Muraj then, "Boy, go and place the exploding crystals near the feet of the soldiers surrounding them." Muraj jumped from the horse and made his way to the big cluster. He threw around the crystals randomly and soon got picked back up by Sylvester. Boom! "Let's go!" Sylvester roared when he activated the explosives and made the horses jump over the pile of dead bodies and bloodied limbs. But of course, not all enemies were dead, so they had to dismount the horses and make their way towards the center of the encirclement. Felix was a diamond knight, so he had much more bullish strength. He easily made his way into the crowd by cutting knights left and right. The wizards were not in the crowd as they were too strategic, leaving Sylvester with a great advantage. He abundantly used magic. He created pits on the ground, made the water turn slippery, and used fire to burn. Inch by inch, they made their way and broke into the center where the Count brothers and the Archbishop stood, back to back. "Let's get you three out of there," Sylvester called them. The three men were also injured as blood oozed out of their noses, mouths, and various cuts all over their bodies. The Archbishop was the most injured since he was a wizard stuck in a close battle. "Archpriest," the fat Count Jardel called his name, his voice sounding broken and excited to see him. "I didn't start it, I swear." "He didn't," Count Raftel also clarified. Sylvester moved closer to them and voiced, "I know, but I was hoping you could come with me. Army of the Duke of Zahn is marching towards here. If we don't stop him, then it'd be the end of two duchies." "Who is doing all this? This is a conspiracy," Archbishop Raymond barked in pain. "Agreed. That's why you two must survive," Sylvester replied. He caught Count Jardel with his armor and started dragging him out of the encirclement. "Just follow me." Felix did the same and started to drag Count Raftel. While Gabriel helped the Archbishop, they knew their way back would be challenging, but first, they had to get to their horses. Sylvester was in the lead and used fire magic in abundance, making his hands seem like flamethrowers. "Ah, we're surrounded by your own men, Counts. Tell them to assist us." "Jartel has died." Out of nowhere, a loud voice boomed so strongly that it echoed throughout the battlefield. It came from where the Duke of Colorwood was camped up in the west. Sylvester looked left and right and his heart sank. The soldiers of Jardel County were staring at him with their reddened eyes. He cursed aloud. "Fuck! They are trying to use your own men against us. The mob has no mind of its own. It runs on emotion. Raftel has died." Once again, a second roar echoed throughout the battlefield and shattered Sylvester's plans and confidence in getting out unscathed. In 1 second, the entire mood of the battlefield changed as bloodlust changed into complete madness. "Close formation, unleash all that you know best," Sylvester boomed, for he knew what would come next. Chapter 176, Meet Shield. Sylvester looked around and saw the soldiers slowly looking at him and others behind him. Mainly it was the retainers of the Jardel and Raftel families. They appeared confused because the Counts were alive. So why was that shout made? The news was still spreading like wildfire around the battlefield. It made the soldiers go crazy and fight mindlessly, aiming to enact revenge for killing their lords. "They want to kill the Counts," the soldiers of Duke Grimton screamed, seeing Sylvester dragging the fat Count behind him. He had no choice but to drag him since the big man was too slow. Sylvester tried to create a halo behind his head as he sang under his breath. "I am not the attacker, I am the savior," he shouted while pausing for a second. "I need to get the Counts out of the battlefield, or you can say goodbye to your homes." The soldiers, a few of them, believed Sylvester as he was a holy man, but a few other mad ones just went forward to attack and kill him. Joining the Duke Grimton's men, they all pounced on Sylvester, Felix, Gabriel, and Bishop Raymond. Sylvester wasn't going to take any chances, however. He quickly used his second strongest element, fire. But he also had to use the earth element now, as this was a do-or-die case for the Counts. Boom! The move he initiated was called Earth Drops. First, Sylvester used Earth elemental magic to scoop a big chunk of earth from the ground in the shape of a sphere and made it fly into the sky. Then, he made it spin fast and made cracks appear in the Earth sphere. The goal was to make the rocks fly around and fall on people like raindrops, but these would be fast enough to cave in a skull. However, Sylvester didn't stop there and used fire magic to make every little chunk that flew off catch fire. Thud. Arg. Elamite. The little and big rocks fell around from the rotating Earth sphere in the sky, not too high. Sylvester used that mayhem to make his way towards the horses and made Count Jardel sit on its back. But then he had another problem. The Count was too fat and he could not share the same horse. Meanwhile, Felix had Count Raftel to take care of and share the horse, and Gabriel had Archbishop Raymond. "Leave me behind, get the two counts to safety," Archbishop exclaimed. His eyes showed complete determination and faith in his own decision. The man was ready to die today. But what Sylvester saw in that man was not an archbishop, but a possibility of a cardinal who shall stand behind him when he aims to win the throne of pope. Complete loyalty was earned in situations like these, after all. "No, you won't survive here in close combat. Archbishop, you leave with Priest Gabriel. I shall grab a new horse and follow you behind. Remember, we need the two counts alive or else this whole conspiracy will never see an end." Sylvester ordered them and slapped the horse of Count Jardel. "Felix, keep Count Jardel in the middle. Use earth magic to make the enemies fall and fire magic to burn them in the pits. See you later." Felix had enough confidence in his and Sylvester's abilities that he didn't waste more time arguing. He quickly sped up his horse and made his way through the crowd. Once they were gone, Sylvester looked around. "Okay, where do I find a living horse now? Most of them are already dead or immobile." He started to move around while still heading towards the distant hill. He came across many horses silently standing while the soldiers fought around them. At one glance, he noticed they were injured so much that they could not move. Being wounded in the leg was the end of life for a horse. So Sylvester showed mercy now and then and stabbed the hearts of those horses. He was now less attacked by the mob since he didn't show hostility towards most and was also in clergy robes. Still, only the men of Duke Grimton would come and try to kill him. Each one of them would. That proved him one thing. So it was Duke Grimton who wished to harm me. He knew he needed to find a horse as quick as possible. So he picked up his speed and chased after the knights who he saw were still riding on the horses in the distance. He prepared his spear to throw and kill the man riding on it. Boom! Before he could throw his spear, the earth in front of him blew open as if something landed on the ground from up in the air. He quickly pulled his guards up and kept the spear ready in his left hand and fire magic in the right. A wizard, finally. If a wizard was ready to go in the middle of the battlefield, then they must either be crazy or stronger than the general strength of the crowds. And from the manner of arrival, Sylvester was willing to bet on the later prediction. I finally found the golden boy. The dust settled soon, and a middle-aged man appeared from the landing site. It was a black-robed man with a bald head, pale skin, no eyebrows and a crest of the Duke Grimton on his chest as a small metal pin. "Who are you?" Sylvester inquired as he felt the scent of rage from the man. The fight was unavoidable, he knew it. The wizard proudly proclaimed, "I am Arch-Wizard Viscount Willington, under the service of the gracious Duke Grimton." Sylvester nodded and looked around. There were a lot of knights from all sides gathered as they watched Viscount Willington land. They were also taken aback by the man falling from the sky. A sudden smirk grew on Sylvester's face, one that made the body of Viscount shudder. "You made a mistake coming across me. It does not matter if you're an arch-wizard or a grand wizard. What do you? Everyone, Sylvester boomed aloud, as loud as his throat could allow him. I am Sylvester Maximilian. I am God's favored candidate and the famous bard of the Lord. If I die here at the hands of this, Viscount Wellington, the Lord under Duke Grimton, then do tell the Holy Land who it was, do tell the Holy Father, the Lord Inquisitor, that a nobleman killed the bard of the Lord. In an instant, the grin on the face of Viscount Wellington vanished, and his shoulders fell. He looked left and right and noticed the anger dwelling in the eyes of the men of Raftel and Jartle. Even a few soldiers of the Duke appeared angered, as they previously didn't know Sylvester was Lord's bard. They were just told to kill a man with blonde hair if they saw him. Sylvester kept a kind smile and started walking towards the Viscount. At the same time, he started chanting to prove he was telling the truth. In an instant, a big halo appeared behind Sylvester's head as he moved closer and closer to the Viscount. "O noble, don't let your greed overcome the faith. Don't call upon yourself heaven's wrath. And if you dare harm the Lord's messenger, be prepared to find your life in danger. O Lord, what have I done?" The knights in the vicinity who saw the whole exchange firsthand fell to their knees and started praying for forgiveness, as they were aiming to kill Sylvester not long ago. Sad for them, the knights arriving freshly didn't know what happened, and they just slashed their swords at the kneeling throats and stabbed their spears in the praying hearts. Sylvester silently passed by the Viscount, who appeared already defeated. He could smell the scent. It was full of chills of fear and anxiety. Just as he passed by, Sylvester whispered, "So, my lord, since we have so many witnesses, are you willing to call upon the wrath of the Holy Father, the man who let me play on his lap as a babe? Are you willing to call upon the ire and the fire of the Lord Inquisitor, the man who found me in the first place? I'm sure you've heard the stories of him, how he burns not just the sinners but also their bloodlines." A bead of sweat slid down from the Viscount's temples to his chin. He was nervous and scared. That was clear. Thud. He fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness. He knew that as long as the Holy Land found out he even touched a hair on Sylvester's head with the aim to kill him, his bloodline would be over, and if anyone was lucky to survive, then they'd be cursed. In this world, a noble's greatest fear is not wars or schemes, but the church, because if they anger the church, then not even the king of the lands can save them. Viscount knows this very well. "My lord, I didn't mean to kill you. I was enticed and manipulated to do so. All the lords under Duke Grimton have been offered the land of Count Jartle if we manage to kill you and the count." This was news to Sylvester. Why would Duke risk earning the ire of the Holy Land? "I don't know, believe me. All of us nobles initially were against the mobilization, my lord, that was, until he offered us the lands of the count. We believed that all risk and punishment would be borne by the Duke, no matter what happened. After all, we're merely the little lords under him." Sylvester could feel the fear oozing from the man, and there was no scent of lies. So he believed him. But it was still a lie that the man didn't wish to kill him. The only mistake he made was proudly telling his name, which led him to this moment. Sylvester looked into the pleading man's eyes with indifference. The man was an arch-wizard, a really powerful rank, no matter what level. "Wait, I can use this dunderhead for my survival." Chapter 177, Duke Zephyr Vaszon. Once again, a scheming grin appeared on Sylvester's face, sending shivers down the arch-wizard's spine. It was a fact now that if Sylvester dies, the Viscount's name would appear somewhere. Therefore, it was beneficial to this noble that Sylvester lived. Sylvester put his hands on the man's shoulder and made him stand up. "Viscount Wellington, by the holy powers bestowed upon me by the Lord, I command you to aid me. Your liege, the Duke, has been compromised as a part of a greater conspiracy. If we lose today, the entire duchy shall fall." "What do you need me to do, my lord?" Viscount asked firmly. He already knew there was a conspiracy going on, but he only cared for Count Jardel's lands before. Sylvester solemnly ordered, "Be the shield that guards the light. You must ensure that I reach that hill over there, or else, if I die here then." The Viscount blurted quickly, "I will fight. Even if the toll is my life, I shall stand by the light." Sylvester, out of the instinct of being an old man, patted the man's bald head. "Good lad. Let's move now. You walk before me and be my shield, as so desires the Lord." The Viscount was forced to make way for Sylvester this time. As the battlefield was full of madness at that stage, many knights came to kill the man too. But an arch-wizard is too strong for any such attempt. It appeared that man's mastery was over air and earth elements. He'd use runes to make blades of air fly around and cut knights in half. He'd create spikes that come out of the ground and impale the soldiers. The man showed why high-ranking wizards are usually countered by the opposition side's high-ranking wizards. And if there is no opposition, then the battle is typically one-sided. No wonder the minor lords fear the lords above them. They can never launch a coup or anything similar. Sylvester thought while walking behind the Viscount in safety. All Sylvester had to do was be mindful of the back, and that's it. "Max, help here." Just then, Sylvester heard a loud call for help from Felix. He noticed that one of the horses carrying them had died from a spear strike, so they all had to slow down, which allowed the soldiers to surround them. "Viscount Willington, we must ensure that those two counts reach safety. Otherwise, the wrath of the Holy Land shall fall upon all." Sylvester again reminded the man. It was a clear hostage and blackmailing situation. But what could the man even do? He needed to ensure that Sylvester did not hold any grudges against him. "I can't believe I need to protect my enemies." "Did you say something, Viscount?" Sylvester heard the man mumbling. "And no, Lord is great. His light is the brightest." He quickly used large-scale spells. Viscount Willington created large runes on the ground itself using the earth element, all around Felix and the rest. He appeared to be using double runes as he then overlapped them with more runes. Whoosh! Once he was done, the runes created spikes of earth and killed all the soldiers that were trying to encircle Felix and the counts. Most of these soldiers belonged to Duke Grimton himself, so he was killing his own side. "These runes won't attack us, Lord Bard." Sylvester nodded and walked to help his friends. "Let's go, we're not too far, we can cover this part on foot. Viscount, come forward and provide cover. I will guard the back." He was using the pawn to the fullest, not caring if the man died or not. He just ensured that nobody harmed them from behind. Slowly, they made progress and plowed through the army of soldiers slowly, leaving behind a bloody trail of dead bodies in their path. But soon enough, they came out on the other side of the battlefield in the open. The risk decreased by a lot at that stage, and they made their way towards the small hill in the distance. Just a little more, Count Jardel. Sylvester dragged the fat count by his chest plate. Eventually, they climbed the hill and fell to their knees to rest. Everyone was tired from the bloody mess. Felix had a few cuts here and there, but nothing serious. Only Archbishop Raymond was heavily injured. "Good job, you three." Lady Aurora also arrived just then. Behind her was a small group of men in beautiful heavy armor, and a few in intricate silk wizard robes. In the middle of the group was one man in the most glorious armor, with gold plating and too many magic crystals to count. The delicate carvings on it that appeared like designs were, in fact, engravings of runes. Sylvester guessed this was likely the Duke of Zahn, Zephyr Vas Zahn. The man appeared to be a good warrior as his body showed muscles with a height of probably more than 6 feet. The face also seemed like one belonging to a battle-hardened warrior. The supposed Duke got off his horse, along with his guards, and walked closer to Sylvester. "You must be the Lord's Bard, Sylvester Maximilian. Other bards love to sing about you. Even my court jester dares not make jokes about you, and only tells mighty stories of your adventures. That's news to me, Sylvester thought, but he also felt this was a blessing, as this created soft power for him to exploit. Sylvester shook the red-headed, pale-skinned, black-eyed man's hand firmly. You embellish me with words too mighty for my lowly stature, your grace. I am but a servant of the Lord embroiled in what appears to be an elaborate conspiracy here. Ha ha, you humble me with your humility. The Duke laughed heartily, as if genuinely excited about meeting Sylvester. But the truth was, Sylvester could see through the guise. He could smell the scent of light worship, but there also appeared to be a doubt as the sweetness and sourness fluctuated on his tongue. This man, he talks like an experienced politician while being a warrior. I need to be careful. I believe that Lady Aurora has revealed to you why I tried to stop your army's march, he asked. Duke Zephyr nodded before waving his hand at the man behind him. In no time, a table and 2 chairs were brought for him. Sit, Lord Bard. I'm sure you're tired of managing the situation here. As for what Lady Aurora told me, it was not enough. I wish to hear from you, why I should not bring down my entire might to stop that foolish Duke Grimton. I must stop his army at all cost, or this land will spawn bluelings like a festival, Sylvester reminded himself. Sylvester could smell the anger, the rage in the man. He had stopped a warrior from continuing his battle. He understood that this reaction was typical. Tell me, how did you assemble your whole army so fast? Duke looked at the old, long, white-bearded, blue-eyed wizard that stood to his left. Show it to him, Count Leopold. The old man, who turned out to be a count, took out a parchment from a bag and put it on the table. He addressed Sylvester with respect and utmost worship. Lord Bard, we received this letter 10 nights ago. It revealed to us that Count Jartle had embezzled money from the taxes that reached Duke Grimton. The number goes as high as 5 million gold graces. The same letter revealed that the Duke would seize the whole county as compensation. Of course, we initially didn't believe it, but after we sent our men to check things, we learnt that the war factories were working overtime, day and night. So, in response, we also ordered the mobilization just in case the whole attack on Count Jartle was a farce, and the real aim was at Count Raftel. In the end, both our predictions turned out right. Both counts were attacked. Sylvester read the letter carefully. It appeared to be written from the left hand, as the clockwise strokes implied that. He took a long breath and put it away. Don't you think something bigger is going on, Your Grace? I do, and that's why I agreed to hear you. All I wish for is proof that a conspiracy is at play. Otherwise, I will be forced to attack with full might, as I wish not to go down in my family history to be the one who lost land to an incompetent duke. Sylvester could feel the Duke was trying to test his wits for some reason. This was most often the response when he dealt with older men, who refused to easily believe a young boy like him could be this smart. Sylvester looked back at Count Jartle and Raftel. These two, someone has been trying to make them fight for a while now. Count Jart's wife was murdered and her chest was chopped off. A similar case happened to the wife of Count Raftel. Her chest was chopped off, but I was able to save her. At the same time, I have learnt that a similar case in the Duchy of Ironstone in the south. A baron's wife was killed, and her chest was cleared. Duke Zephyr interrupted. You're implying that whatever this conspiracy is, its aim is the entire Gracia Kingdom. Do you understand the gravity of your words, Lord Bard? Sylvester didn't reply instantly. I do not know how far the conspiracy goes, but it's clear that this murder situation is spreading kingdom-wide. Thankfully, the wife of Count Raftel saw the attacker's face, and as we speak, Sir Dalorum of the Inquisitors is in Green City, finding the culprit, Sir Kenworth. As for what's happening here, Sylvester stood up and looked at the raging battlefield. Duke Zephyr, would you consider Duke Grimton to be so foolish to attack his own county and risk making war with you? Sylvester pointed to Viscount Willington. "This man is a retainer of the Duke. He told me that Duke Grimton has ordered his soldiers to kill not only Count Jartle, but also a certain blond man." "That's so foolish." Duke Zephyr stood up and walked beside Sylvester to look at the battlefield. "To harm you is one thing, but to kill you will call upon the Church's wrath. No, Grimton may be a fat oaf, but he's not this dumb." Sylvester nodded and firmly looked at the Duke. "This is why I say there is a conspiracy going on. Something or someone has forced Duke Grimton to take such an insane step, and there is only one way to find out." "To get him here," Lady Aurora blurted and walked forward. She had remained at the back the whole time, knowing Sylvester was better at talking than her. "I can get him here." Sylvester looked at the men who were guarding this Duke beside him. "Are you sure? Duke Grimton is likely surrounded by strong wizards too." 5 arch-wizards, 10 diamond knights, and 13 master wizards. That's the main power of Duke Grimton," Duke Zephyr blurted. "Is that it?" Lady Aurora exclaimed in a ridiculing tone. "That's like stepping on ants for me." Sylvester did smell confidence in her and nodded. "Thank you, Lady Aurora." "Anything for the sake of the faith, Archpriest." Whoosh! She vanished from her position as an afterimage. Nobody knew where she disappeared to. All they knew was that they were going to see firsthand how powerful a grand wizard can be, one that had decided to go serious. Chapter 178, Connecting Dots. Boom! A moment after Lady Aurora disappeared from her place, a loud explosion resounded. It happened in the air, as the battlefield still remained untouched. Sylvester kept looking at the far west side to see what Lady Aurora would do. The Duke's camp was situated there, and he could already see a few dots of men standing in a cluster and panicking. "She's very strong, Lord Bard, don't worry about her," Duke Zephyr said. "This fucker," Sylvester cursed under his breath. He could feel the scent of lust in the Duke's voice. "Well, she is indeed pretty, can't be helped." Boom! Once again, the boom resounded, and the earth shook for once. Sylvester noticed a figure appear in the air above the camp of Duke Grimton. Then, a beautiful streak of blue light struck down like an arch of the sword. Boom! Everything shook when her sword touched the ground, and the battlefield paused for a moment as the knights tried to stay afoot. The next thing they knew, Lady Aurora seemed to counter a few attacks from the guards of the Duke. She easily blocked the oncoming attacks of fire, wind, water, and air with her sword, and replied back with overwhelming force. In no time, she made the guards kneel. Then, when only the Duke remained standing, she grabbed the old fat man by the arm and dragged him along. Then, she appeared to make a jump once again and disappeared from the spot. A few moments later, she appeared near the hill Sylvester stood on, with the Duke being dragged by the arm, already passed out and somewhat hurt as blood oozed out of a few flesh wounds. The entire ordeal lasted only 3 minutes at maximum, and Lady Aurora was back, having not even broken a sweat. She just threw the Duke near Sylvester and clapped her hands clean. "That's your man, Archpriest. I hope this solves the war and this bloody mess." "Thank you, Lady Aurora." Sylvester thanked her and walked to the unconscious Duke. He used basic healing to stop the bleeding, and then made the man sit on the chair. Splash! He made water on his palm and threw it on Duke Grimton's face. The man was the polar opposite of what Duke Zephyr was. This Duke Grimton was old with short white hair, a beard, and a fat belly. He was a short man, likely around 5'5", and there was not an ounce of muscle on his body. As for the face, it seemed round, fitting a man spoiled with food all his life. "What's this pattern? Both Count Jartle and Duke Grimton are fat, while on the other side of the border, Count Raftel and Duke Zephyr are thin." Sylvester wondered as he tried to wake up Duke Grimton. "Let me try." Duke Zephyr walked forward. "I know how to wake him up. When I was little, he used to come to my family castle and mess around with the servant women. I used to beat his ass even when he was meant to be more than a decade older than me. Puh. Duke Zephyr slapped Duke Grimton's chubby face, sending waves down the layers of skin. Puh. When the second slap hit the man, he groaned and slowly woke up. He was initially unaware of where he was, but after rubbing his eyes for a few minutes, he looked around and recognized Duke Zephyr. Fuck. Kill me if you want, Zephyr. I will not surrender. Sylvester dragged a chair and sat beside Duke Grimton. Your Grace, I am Sylvester Maximilian, sent from the Holy Land. I have found out that you ordered your men to kill me. Do you know what this means for your duchy? Everything, each and every noble house under you can be purged out of existence. So the best option for you right now is to tell me everything. Why did you attack Count Jartle? Why did you give such orders? What's your grand plan? Sylvester asked the Duke. He knew that the man was not easily going to confess. The only way to make him speak was to make him realize that even if he wins, his duchy will be burned to the ground for his crime. Let's say you kill me today, right now. You will then have to deal with Duke Zephyr as he witnessed everything. Duke Grimton, this is your last chance to save your duchy from total annihilation. Tell me everything or... Sylvester smelled the rising fear, anger, rage, and anxiety in the man's heart. His words were having an effect. Duke Zephyr pressed further. Speak, you fat oaf. Why did you do something so foolish? Speak, or know that the beautiful lady who brought you here is a guardian of light. She can easily end your bloodline. Duke Grimton, alone and surrounded by a few faces he knew and most others he didn't, felt overwhelmed and scared. But what scared him the most was Sylvester's threat. The threat that no matter what happens today, he may have his entire bloodline removed. I didn't do it for myself. I did it because I was forced. My granddaughter has been taken away. I tried my best to find her over the past 10 days, but I could not. Then a letter came. Duke Grimton confessed, sniveling as well in a low voice. My granddaughter. She's just 10 years old, Lord Bard. And the kidnapper has a history of the kidnapper is the one who killed Count Jartle's wife and tried to kill Count Raftel's wife. How are you so sure? Sylvester questioned. He finally felt all the loose ends were connecting and forming a story. Duke took out a parchment from his pocket. This is the letter, and that man also sent. Duke stopped in the middle, and his eyes welled up with tears. His face scowled as if in mental anguish and total fear. Sylvester could smell the mental seizure the man was going through. It was clear that Duke Grimton was a man with a fragile resolve and brain from all that. What was it? Speak, Duke, don't waste time here. Sylvester raised his voice. He sent me a box with 2 pairs of chopped female breasts. Everyone knows what happened to the wives of the Count brothers. That man would have done the same to my little granddaughter. Sylvester sighed and opened the letter to read and analyze it. In it, he found various details about the murder of Count Jartle's wife. The description was vivid enough to suggest that this was the man behind it. In the following few passages, the letter ordered the Duke to lay siege to Count Jartle for money mismanagement and stealing from taxes. If he didn't do it, the Duke's granddaughter would be killed, and her chopped body would be sent to him. The breasts were sent as a trailer. There was also a time limit that stated that the Duke needed to defeat the Count by the morning of a specific day. This is written with a right hand. Sylvester evaluated it after reading it. Duke Zephyr, can you show me your letter? Soon he had both the parchments on the table side by side. He tried to compare a few things in how each letter was written. Obviously, both had different handwriting, but each person has a particular way of writing certain letters. It's the same person, Sylvester concluded soon after. What do you mean? What's this letter? Duke Grimton asked. Sylvester stood up and walked left and right while thinking. Duke Grimton, this kidnapping is not about harming your family. This whole ordeal, from the murder and attempted murder of Count's wives to this, is a combined conspiracy. The goal is to destroy this entire region of northern Gracia. I don't believe this conspiracy is the work of a single man either, because who is to gain from all this? Sylvester tried to connect the dots and think about who could be behind all this. Who could be this rich and powerful? But Lord Bard, Duke Grimton started after wiping his eyes. The letter didn't entirely lie to me. What it said about Count Jardel stealing taxes from me was real. I had my accountants investigate the matter and everything was clear. He has stolen nearly 5 million gold graces. I have proof. Lies, Count Jardel roared. This is slander. I did no such thing. On the contrary, I counted the tax each week before I sent it to you. I am a man of faith and I would never lie. Then care to explain where? Silence, Sylvester roared. Open your eyes. You're being pitched against each other. Think from your brain, Duke Grimton. Just when you received the letter about your granddaughter, Duke Zephyr also received a letter telling him you're going to attack. If I was not here, you two would be fighting each other as of now. Who could be behind all this? Count Raftel wondered in a low voice. Wait, Felix exclaimed all of a sudden. He pointed to Duke Grimton. Why did you lie on the battlefield? You announced Count Jardel and Raftel had died. Do you not fear God for using such schemes? It was not me. Duke Grimton defended himself. It was done by a mercenary I hired. He said we should kill the 2 dogs of the counts they had named on each other and announce their deaths. Did you see this mercenary? What did he look like? Sylvester interrogated. He had a half-mask on at all times under the hood. His eyes were brown, however, and his skin was tanned. From the way he spoke, he was likely from the West. But men from the West are common in our duchy, so I didn't mind when I hired him and his team. Who suggested you hire them? It was my prima, Sir Wulfric. He's a great man with amazing talents in law management. He said he hires those mercenaries for various work. Prima, that word took home in Sylvester's mind. He looked around and finally saw the man, Archbishop Raymond. Chapter 179. No Winners in War. Archbishop, you used to tell me that you hated Count Jardel's prima, that the man was too nosy regarding the church's finances. He was, Lord Bard, Archbishop replied, not liking all eyes on himself. Sylvester rubbed his chin and closed his eyes, trying to remember all the times he had seen the man. The man was overly worshipping and never lied to him about anything in the interrogations. Did he ever take the money from the church? He questioned. Of course, Archbishop blurted. He knew he could not tax the monastery directly, so instead he increased the taxes on those businesses that I helped raise with no-interest loans. Sylvester mumbled a few things under his breath. His mind tried to remember every single person he had met since his arrival, and there appeared nobody with the brain to do something so elaborate. The killings and schemes were too much for a man if he was not a wealthy lord with too many contacts. It can't be Jardel's prima. Sir Walder never lied to me. He even said kind things about the dead countess, and he worshipped me unless. Sylvester glanced at Count Jardel. Unless he's not the one behind the murders and just used the opportunity. Sylvester closed his eyes, remembering his past life. He recalled one time when he had to malign the image of his rival food processing company in the USSR to keep his business monopoly. He used underhanded means to pin the blame for a few winter deaths on that company. Behind himself stood the entire might of his home country, helping him against such a tiny target. Could it be? He opened his eyes and glanced at the 2 dukes. Tell me something. Have your duchies been this rich forever? Duke Grimton spoke first. Absolutely not. We were rich as those peasant lords of the Sorrow Kingdom once. When the Gracia Empire broke apart into smaller pieces, we also lost many large markets for export as the new kingdoms placed heavy taxation on foreign imports to save their own industries. Things only started to get better after we signed the deal with Count Sandwall to open a new corridor to the west side of Saul continent through his lands. The corridor would allow Western merchants to come to us and buy our products. In return, Count Sandwall gets a small chunk from our profits. Duke Zephyr had the same view. The fat oaf is right, Lord Bard. Not just the Duchy of Colorwood and Zon, but other northern duchies of Normandy and Iceling have benefited from this new trade route greatly. I suppose Count Sandwall is swimming in riches as of now. Father did this when, Felix mumbled at that point. Father, Duke Zephyr looked at Felix's face. It took him a minute to recognize something. Ah, you're that Felix, Felix Sandwall. I once saw you when you were merely 5. Your elder brother is a genius. Your father may be the one to sign the deal, but it was your elder brother who prepared the whole plan. Sylvester interjected then, stopping their distractive talk. Can you tell me a general period of when the special economic corridor was opened and when your wealth started to increase? The corridor was opened a decade ago. Duke Grimton started. But the riches started to pour in just 6 years ago. The traders from Masan Empire and the Warsong Kingdom seemed to have a liking towards our produce. Especially the Masan Empire, their merchants spend loads of gold. I didn't receive any such growth, however. Count Raftel interrupted. No trader comes to my land since they leave after purchasing whatever they want from Jardel. All I sell is to other counts and the Duke. If that wasn't enough, Jardel even makes the convoy of carts full of gold pass through the road nearest to my border, showing my peasants how rich his lands are. I do no such thing. We have no reason to. There are no major towns near the border, Raftel, Count Jardel shouted back. What about your land? You have such a great harvest every year while I'm forced to spend so much on buying grains. Sylvester sat down on the chair and saw the two counts quarrel. The two dukes also nodded from time to time, agreeing with them. All this seems artificial. These nobles had no idea they were being manipulated. He really chose his targets wisely, it seems, only infiltrating the dumbest of the 4. How are your relations with the Masan Empire? Sylvester asked all of a sudden and shut them up. Neutral. Masan is too busy keeping itself as one empire to focus on anything else. Duke Zephyr spoke. Their industrial output is also falling, hence we see so many merchants. Have you confirmed those things, or did you hear them too? Hear them from various visitors, Duke Zephyr replied. Sylvester sighed and rubbed his hair to fix them back. His eyes darted towards Lady Aurora, who silently stood with her back resting on the tree, arms folded and listening to everything. She noticed his gaze and inquired what's the matter with a raise of her brows, but Sylvester just shook his head and focused back on the dukes. I'm afraid you will need to ask for a more senior clergyman to take up this case, he announced. I am far too low-ranked and young for this situation. What you have going on here is an international conspiracy. A foreign nation is trying to cripple you for reasons I do not know. Haha, you're saying Masan Empire wishes to attack us. They can't even keep themselves together right now. The Emperor of Masan is old and weak. Each lord there wants to carve a land for himself and make a kingdom out of it. Duke Zephyr laughed at it. Sylvester remained serious and stared at the man's face. No matter how brilliant the Duke was, he was not smart enough to see this coming. You don't know that. You heard all that from the mouths of traders. For all we know, Masan could truly be on the brink of collapse, and by conquering you, they wish to strengthen themselves. Remember, an injured lion is often more dangerous than a healthy one. Duke Grimton and Count Jardel, tell me, when did you hire your primas? 7 years ago. 7 for me as well. Sylvester shrugged in exhaustion, for he was truly bested this time. The conspiracy was way bigger than he had initially imagined. He only knew the politics of the east side of the Sol continent, not the west side. You can't be blind enough not to notice it now. Count Jardel's prima is a brown man from the west himself. And let's not forget, Count Jardel's prima, Sir Walder Kane, is also responsible for the upkeep of commerce and treasury of the county. Only he has the means to steal money and make a convoy of the gold pass near the border. Only he has the ability and connections in the West to suddenly invite hundreds of traders into your duchies and create an artificial wealth. And without the support of deep pockets, nothing of this scale could have been possible, to have so many traders suddenly appear. The counts and dukes lowered their gazes and thought about everything. Every single exchange they had with an important trader from the West resurfaced in their minds. Slowly, as the seeds of doubt had been sown, they started to see every single interaction with doubt. In no time, they could think of one or two occasions when a trader slipped his tongue. For example, one of them saying they get reimbursed after returning, or one of them saying they get their taxes waived to come here. "Tell me after this war who loses," Sylvester asked further. "All of us," the four of them replied in unison. "But what about the other duchies? If Masan wants to conquer us by weakening us, then they need to weaken Duchy of Normandy and Duchy of Iseling too," Duke Zephyr asked. Sylvester agreed with them. "That's why I wish for someone else to be put on this case, someone more knowledgeable about the political landscape of the West as well. Because, from what we have seen, this conspiracy has been too subtle and long. If I had not come to investigate the murders, this war would have been much bigger. So we don't know what little secret schemes are happening in the other two duchies." "Then what about my wife?" Count Jardel boomed. "Did Sir Walder kill her too? For what? She used to call him her brother. How could he?" Sylvester responded immediately. "He's likely not behind the murder. The same is the case with you, Count Raftel. The man your wife detailed is still being searched for in Green City by Sir Dalorum. I believe this conspiracy was supposed to go on for much longer, but with my arrival, the schemers had to hasten their plans and improvise." "No, this can't be my little granddaughter," Duke Grimton boomed suddenly. "My little Thea. Are you saying she was taken by someone else? Lord Bard, please save her. I made this war, I tried to kill you. Just to find her, it can't be all lies." Sylvester had some respite for the old man in this case. "No, I'm sure Sir Walder and whoever his partners are were involved in this kidnapping. They had to take your most beloved person to force you into this war. Just Count Jardel stealing money would not have been sufficient." "That bastard," the Duke boomed. "We must find him and save my Thea." Sylvester agreed and turned to look at the battlefield. They had been too late. Most of the soldiers had died already, and the fields looked more like hell than what used to be beautiful farmlands. "Sound the retreat drums for each of your armies. I will go and distract them too. Duke Zephyr, I will need your men to move and surround Count Jardel's castle. We can't have Sir Walder escape, if he hasn't already." Right away, Duke Zephyr seriously got to work and briefed his men. Then Sylvester turned to Lady Aurora. "Please go to Count's castle instantly and see if you can apprehend him." She nodded and jumped away with a loud boom. Her extreme strength was truly something Sylvester envied. Then finally, Sylvester walked over to his two friends. "You two stay with me. I'm afraid I have failed this time utterly." "No, you haven't," Felix exclaimed. "We came here to solve a murder, not this. You even stopped the dukes from fighting each other." Sylvester shook his head and made them turn towards the hellish, bloodied battlefield. "Look at that. Thousands have died. They were not just soldiers but commoners. Huntsmen, blacksmiths, farmers. Look at the land their bodies lay upon. The crops for seasons to come have been foiled. The enemies succeeded in their aim. Maybe not as much as they wanted, but they have indeed weakened the Gracia kingdom, the backyard of the Holy Land." "What now?" Gabriel asked. "Now we hope that we find Duke's granddaughter, and whoever is killing and cutting women's chests." "You don't want to catch Sir Walder?" Felix inquired. Sylvester sighed and looked at the castle in the great distance, appearing as small as a little rock. "One thing I've learned from all this is that Sir Walder is no fool. He's likely already near the border of Sandwell County and Masan Empire." If only I knew I was dealing with international espionage and conspiracy, maybe I could have done something differently. He thought in silence. The murder mystery he had come to solve initially had turned into something way bigger than he could have imagined. This also taught him another thing about the political landscape of the world, how fragile the peace was as each kingdom tries to bring the other down. Thump, thump. Soon, the drums started to resound, signaling retreat. Sadly, there were no winners today, only heads held low in defeat. Chapter 180, Aftershocks. Sylvester noticed that even when the drums were being blasted, many of the remaining men on the battlefield were not retreating. Instead, they were so blind in rage and thirst to survive that all they saw were the enemies around them. It will soon be night. We need to end this fast. Sylvester muttered and put his palm over his chest, facing the sky over the battlefield. Then he started to chant a holy hymn and made the palm shine bright. Boom! When the halo appeared behind his head, a light beam shone from his palm so brightly that it covered the sky. It illuminated the entire battlefield, and all the men on it, who didn't respond to the drums, looked up in wonder. As they looked up, the sound of retreat drums also registered in their ears. They looked left and right and found themselves standing in the middle of a primarily empty battlefield. As far as their eyes could see, there was only blood and gore on the ground. Sylvester noticed how many fell to their knees in despair, realizing their brother, father, or friend were likely among those who were slain. Some threw their weapons away and started walking towards their army's side. There were two drums repeatedly beating, which left the Third Army on the battlefield confused and devastated. The war had been for nothing, but they were yet to know this. Whoosh! Sylvester stopped sending his light around and looked back at Duke Grimton and Duke Zephyr. Let's head to the castle now. In silence, they all got on their horses and made their way towards the end of the west side, where Count Jardel's castle was. However, they didn't go through the battlefield and circumvented it from the sides. Most men were confused about what was happening since a new Fourth Army had appeared and started to surround the castle. But soon, Sylvester told the lords to address their men about the situation before some senseless rumors started spreading. Tell them to start collecting bodies and prepare for the mass burning. We need to give the dead a proper funeral, or else this land will see the rise of bloodling in a few years. He advised them. After managing the matters outside, they all entered the castle. Lady Aurora was already waiting for them. Archpriest, a word please. She softly asked him to come to the side. He let everyone else proceed in and went to talk with Lady Aurora. What's the matter? Did you find something? She nodded and replied in a whisper, I'm afraid we're too late. There has been more damage to the county than just the army. It appears that No, this can't be. No. All of a sudden, loud cries came from the crowd that went ahead. The voice was especially recognizable to that of Count Jardel. Lady Aurora finished speaking. It appears that Sir Walder, or whatever his real name was, killed the entire family of Count Jardel before leaving. Sylvester sighed lightly and looked towards the depths of the castle. I feared as much. If Sir Walder aimed to weaken the region, the best way was to mentally destabilize all the lords. Did you find the granddaughter of Duke Grimton? Not yet, but I have found 3 surviving men from the platoon and sent them to search. So if she's in the castle, we will find her soon. Alive, I hope. Sylvester muttered and walked to where the scream had come from. He found Count Raftel patting his older brother's shoulders and trying to get him to calm down. The big lord was crying and shivering as there lay a pile of bodies, knowingly put there to ensure maximum mental anguish. One on top of the other, all the remaining brothers of the Count, their wives, kids, and the Count's own son, newlywed daughter and son-in-law were dead. Each body had precise slits on their throats. It was imaginable how they all died a slow death as they bled and felt unable to breathe. It was a death that even those on the battlefield would not wish for. That bastard, my daughter, my son. Why, I didn't deserve this, why? Of course, there were no definite answers to the Count's questions. They could only watch in pity as the Count reached out to hold his 10-year-old son's body in his arms and slid towards his daughter's body. In the process, he himself turned into a bloody mess. May the Lord bring peace to their souls, Duke Zephyr muttered loudly. Meanwhile, Duke Grimton was already feeling despair, wondering if his little Thea had also suffered the same fate. He hoped he was wrong. He prayed to God that he was wrong. Sylvester walked forward and took charge of the situation. He didn't try to make Count Jartle leave, though. The man needed time to let his tears flow. Duke Grimton, don't worry. Men are searching the castle as we speak. Don't lose hope. Duke Zephyr, please send your men to search the castle as well. Sir Walder has likely escaped, but we must be sure of that first. The Duke of Zahn nodded and gestured to his men to move. Meanwhile, Sylvester headed to Sir Walder's room, hoping to find a clue. He believed that since the man was a spy, he likely had many hidden spaces to keep certain items. Look at the bodies of the soldiers. Felix was with him as they went deeper into the second castle. Sir Walder was able to kill them while being a cripple. The man was a god, I must say. He was likely not a cripple, at least not anymore. I believe sometime in the past he truly got hurt in an accident, but then he decided to keep the act going to ensure nobody suspected him of what was to come. From the looks of it, he was likely a highly skilled warrior. Sylvester noted. His reasoning was simple. He had not smelled lies from Sir Walder before when he talked about being crippled due to an accident. What are these weapons plunged into their throats? Discs. Felix walked closer to one of the dead bodies of the castle's guards. Sylvester pulled out the weapon that was used to kill the man. It was in the shape of a flat, hollow disc with sharp edges. He could imagine they were used as throwable weapons. Chakram. Chakram, what's that? Felix asked. Well, it was called chakram in my past world. I wonder if it's the same here. But does this mean the western side of Saul has a society so different from this side? Different weapons, Sylvester thought to himself. I don't know what it's called, but it must be like throwing knives, I believe, he replied and kept the disc to himself. He would try to master it later as it could be useful. They then proceeded to enter Sir Walder's room. It was not much different from any other noble lord's room. There were a lot of items from the West, such as finely crafted rugs, curtains, and bedsheets. There was also a table at the side of the room with many books and other documents. The wheelchair was also left as it was. Don't touch anything. We don't know if any traps are set to hurt those who come here. He warned Felix and started to move around the room while carefully looking at everything. He looked at the bookshelf and noticed most of them were religious books. There was even a copy of the compilation of his hymns, but this was not the official church version, as the cover was different. Instead, it was likely copied from a monastery. He didn't find anything in the room. The walls and floor were made of stone, so there was not much opportunity for a secret space. The walls were also of normal size, and the bookshelf didn't appear suspicious either. So at last, he returned to the table and looked around. The first thing he noticed was a book about agriculture. When he opened it, he found a specific bookmark placed between a few pages. Ah, he was behind it too, Sylvester exclaimed after reading the contents of the page. Sir Walder was behind the decrease in crop growth in Jartle County. He was adding a certain pesticide to increase crop growth, but in reality, it was killing the crops and hurting the soil. Sylvester looked at other books too. There were many things, from books related to construction, religion, politics, geography, and much more. After being unable to find anything else, he looked at the wheelchair. It was one thing that was with the man at all times. He caressed his hand over the various parts of the wooden body. Its wheels were made of steel, and the seating area and the backrest were made of wood. However, his eyes were mainly focused on the armrest, as he found they were too thick. "Knock! Knock! They're hollow," he exclaimed. "Felix, try opening the other side." Both of them started trying to pull it and break it apart, but they didn't put too much force either in fear of destroying what was inside. Sylvester looked below it, picked up the wheelchair and placed it upside down. There, he noticed keyholes under the armrests. "We need to find the keys." "Just break them open, Max," Felix blurted. "No, there could be chemicals inside to ensure everything in it burns if opened forcefully. The man was no fool, Felix, and I feel he left something for us. After all, we spoiled his plans." So they walked around the room and looked for the keys. Under the bed, between the cracks in the walls, and inside each book on the bookshelf. But the key was nowhere to be found. Bam! "Lord Bard!" All of a sudden, a man from the platoon appeared panting. "Lord Bard, Duke's granddaughter has been found in the basement. They are calling for you. It's not good."